all of the IT vertical space above storage and do exactly what we would have looked the defense to do during the plant, which is take out the planter or at least get the kill off the back of the crossman.
For this attacking team, 55 seconds left, and it's all on the shoulders of Badham.
Had the intel, but no. Badger grabbing away. Another. The pokey.
Pokeball. Hydra says, I choose you, Joker.
Kiss my ash. You got 0 cents. Your IQ is low.
Did you make that up right now?
Yeah, right now on the spot.
I just want to touch on mental health. If you're feeling out of it,
They put together a hell of a club sandwich. Sledge must have been the bacon because he got fried.
A whiskey! What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We're here with another installation of the Siege Double Shot coming at you, LATAM style, baby. We're here in the open quals. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. What you say there, Whiskey?
Yeah, welcome everyone here to the LATAM South Open Qualifier Playoffs. There are 3 teams left available here to make it into one open spot in the Pro League. And so today we are going to find out between 2 games, 2 best of 3s in a row to find out which of the 3 is going to make it through. The first, we're going to see La Chispa take on Sheet, who we get to saw previously this weekend. So let's take a look at those 2 teams, my friend.
Yeah, if you were with us for our last cast here, we definitely got to watch Sheet as they battled it out and got dropped down into the lower bracket. But I don't know, Whiskey, what are you thinking on today's matchup? Do they got the gumption?
I mean, we saw Outlast beat Sheet early in the quarterfinal playoffs that sent them down. La Chispa is the team that sent Outlast home. So if you had to just go on the stats, La Chispa right now should be the team to beat. The winner of this game is going to have to go on and face the Alpha team, which was very, very good and beat Outlast in that semifinal game. So all 3 of the teams that are left are going to be great. We saw some amazing shots out of Manolo and Gaspro. So can't wait to see what Sheet is bringing, and our first time getting a chance to cast La Chispa, so looking forward to it. And where are we going for those? 3 great maps, but no surprise, Lair is not on the list.
It made it deep, though. Club, Night Haven, and Bank Skyscraper to be the first 4 to fall, which means Border and Consulate are going to be our first 2 picks. Take Chalet and Lair off. Our decider, should we need it, is going to be Cafe. So got a map like Border where it's completely opened up, can be very attacker friendly. So the team with a well put together attack is going to be very viable here, right? Then we go to Consulate, where it is like the close quarter combat arena, right? You've got these hallways and all of these nooks and crannies to hide in that makes just the shotgun absolutely devastating. Followed up with Cafe, should we need it? And you know Cafe, it's kind of become the staple since Oregon's gone.
Yeah, that's right, my friend. But it is game time. We are ready to see Border, my friend.
Let's send it. Doesn't get much better than this. It's a best of 3. Hopefully we need all 3 of them to figure out who's moving on. Redemption arcs in play for both teams here, and we're taking it to Border.
Oh man, Border, which one is it going to be? Interesting there to see Monty and Deimos as the first 2 banned out. Thought we might get to see one of them stick around a little bit longer. That shield meta seemed like it has been sort of like a little bit of back and forth. Not sure whether or not the teams are loving it or hating it.
That's right. And then the castle to follow it up. This is such an interesting ban, right? The pace setter that is the castle and able to open up sight. It's just a huge operator, and they're going to actually take both of them off the board. So no castle, no Azami to help facilitate some of those extensions, some of that static warfare that is just so prominent in today's gameplay. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be in your face.
Yeah, like you said, not having any of those places to stop, slow down, provide some of that artificial cover that both Castle and Azami bring. That's a huge change up in the way I think that this game is going to get played a little.
Completely agree with you. So, heading up to the standard, right? Primary site, going to be on the second floor. Really, it's kind of extend the whole floor, right? You'll see players holding up in fountain in the office area, all the way into security, putting a tough little bit of pressure on the east bout. It's going to be really, really fun.
Yeah, now interesting that if you're just joining us for this cast, when we walked through the LATAM quals on Sunday, we saw Castle banned out on 3 separate maps, which I think is really different than the way that NA plays the game. That's an important changeup, I think, that we're sort of seeing as part of LATAM. He's not been an operator that you focus on. You use your ban on such an important piece of the game early on. To use it on Castle, I think that just shows that they're really valuing what he brings to the game a little bit more. And I know you love that. We talked a ton about it on Sunday. It's just interesting that it's continued to carry over into the qualifiers today.
That's right, man. Absolutely crazy. So, a couple of cool picks that we're going to see here. If you're unfamiliar with some of the recent changes, Malusi did get a 4th Banshee, just making her an absolute dynamo, of course, with that shotgun in as the secondary as well. It makes me those headballs. Lean into the intel. It's Valkyrie on the board. Going to make sure that that C4 is a viable option when they start pushing, because there's so much soft breach around here. So the Valkyrie, absolutely huge. Already some damage that's going to be done onto the Legion as he gets kind of put back into the break room with his tail between his legs, still holding on though, not afraid to play it. Highlight on the other side, Whiskey, they've got the Blackbeard.
Also an interesting pick, right? I mean, typically not seen as a part of the North America play, but occasionally brought out, and really everybody looking forward to what is going to happen with Blackbeard as the Year 9 Season 4 rolls around. He was one of those operators that was introduced during SI this year as one of the ones getting a big rework, so definitely expecting that to happen. But here, in the headshot meta, if you can dodge 1 or 2, that is worth it. And he is so far staying alive at this point. And that looked like he dodged 1 there.
That was a huge, that's why the shield's in play, right? Saved the headshot as the bullets went towards their face. It was a prone position where they were able to find a double kill. Naza able to take 2, but they finally stopped the stem the flow of bleeding here as he gets his dome piece removed. Does put us into a 3-3 in round number 1. This is already getting exciting, Whiskey, right? Oh, is he going to be able to get it? No!
What? He's too close?
Can't get the right angle on it, so that BP is going to stay. They're going to have intel for the push in from the top of East, unless they can get that Rotero drone up there to deal with it. But what are you doing? He's sitting right on the balcony, and he loses his life, pays for his hubris of daring to send in a Rotero drone to quickly fall, which is going to put us into a 1v3. Blackbeard, the last surviving member here. C4 goes out, he shoots it in the air.
Nice shot.
Team Lab is able to pay off there, but it's a quick swing right after, and they're going to find that kill, and that's going to be round 1 for the defense.
He needed 1 extra shield there at the end. He could have survived that shot from Valk, but nice shot on the C4 like you called it out. And yeah, sort of fell apart. Using utility there, trying to clear out, push the attackers, but felt just a tad bit uncoordinated. Now, one of the things that we were going to talk about here at the beginning is Sheet picked to attack here. They wanted to start off on attack on border. We saw them do it in one of their games on Sunday as well. So it's not typical that I think, teams are picking attack to start when you get the option to start on defense. And I know you talk about border being a bit of an attacker-sided map, but it's interesting to me that that's the way that they want to play. And that plays into the way that she was very aggressive in general, both sides of the map. But one of the things we saw with them taking on Outlast, very quick entries, and so I expect that we're going to see that a little bit, and maybe that was why they struggled with the Flores a little bit late in that round.
Yeah, so I'd agree with you, right? And border it is, right? The team that has a well put together attack team is going to do well on border. You take your first couple of wins, put yourself on the split up and early, and then still rely on what is the meta, right? It's incredibly defensive sided, gadget util, intel, all of that playing into it being just easier to be a defender. So I like the call here, right? It's bold, it believes in yourself, and we'll see if it pays off here. Round 1 didn't quite do it. They got aggressive and then lost a couple of those early ones. Led to that round falling. So they're going to run it back just about on the side of the defense, though, right? And mostly the same op's going to introduce the Warden. However, those smokes and flashes not going to be as viable.
Yeah, and I think with the way, you see the quick plant coming in, maybe that's a little bit of an adaptation to the way that Sheet plays, or they were expecting it with, maybe bringing along a Ying, somebody else like that, and La Chispa getting ready to defend it. I think Warden's a good call there in general as they're trying to get it set up. Now, Sheet didn't bring it on this round, but, when you got to pick at the beginning, Warden still brings a lot of value.
Look at this. They've already just made their way in here up onto the top. They're pushing these defenders back out of the armory area and getting some of that real estate. And it doesn't look like he even knows. They get a ping on him and starts to take the pre-fire. And yet again, Legion to take the first bit of damage here in the early part of the round. But he's able to rotate back down to the main lobby as they've almost taken full top control here.
Oh man, they had 2 players upstairs, like you called it, Elysian, and they had the, I think it was... Mute there was also playing in the desk area. He's made his full rotate back down. It's just Smoke and Malusi playing upstairs still. She's playing that 90 position, but taking down Ash. Oh no, Dokkaebi. Dokkaebi down.
Yep, huge play, but is going to be recoverable. They're going to get the Dokkaebi back up and equalize back up onto the body balance here. But some damage has been done, right? And especially on the side of Sheet. A couple of low health scenarios. I wonder if maybe we'll see that Finka start to come out and utilize that global gadget to give that health boost as they start pushing in, especially if they're able to, win some of these gunfights while taking only a little bit of damage. They'll definitely play in their favor in the late round.
I think it definitely seems to be certainly situational, but also definitely team-based, right? Some players like it. Some players really lean into that LMG meta. I think that certainly in the current is a bit of an advantage for her. Also bringing along the nades, right? So what kind of the attack do you want? Is it utility-based? Oh no, Sheev has taken out Naza. Great shot there, and it's a 3-4, but boy, Twitch is low.
It's low across the board. Only Buck and Ash really remaining that HP, and there's going to be Dokkaebi fall, and it gets traded back as the DMR rings out and takes one. Now 10 seconds left. Got a 2v2. Got to get in to get that plant going down. Buck's going to already drop, and there it is. The cross is set, hoping to find one, but it's going to be the impacts from the rotate that are going to be able to facilitate that kill, and defense going to find themselves a second one.
Yep, with both Legion and Malusi pushing from both sides of the hatch drop there, and not having that wall reinforced, Malusi was able to easily open it up. Yes, you had coverage from above, but there was no way that he was going to be able to cover both sides of that hatch, rotating around quickly to be able to protect the planter. Well played by the defense there to sort of shut that thing down at the end. One of the things we talked about, certainly with Team Alpha, which is the team that is waiting for the winner of this match, they definitely played a little bit slower and methodical and taking a little bit longer to get to the point of planting or getting ready to that execute than I think we were used to in the NA. And so maybe we're seeing a little bit of that here. Sheet was very sort of late into the execute, but part of that was there was so much going on upstairs that they didn't really have time to get that in place. So we'll see whether or not this they can keep that aggressive momentum going. Can that upset CHISPA? Right now, so far, it's been close, but eventually CHISPA here is winning all of these matches.
Yeah, great late round, great redirect, great, just great holds. Right? They're forcing engagements that the attack is uncomfortable with, and it's showing. 2-0 on the start, so we're taking it back down. We're going to be on the first floor, and kind of stay the same, except for, we've got 2 operators that we don't get to really see a ton of, right? In both Fenrir and Souls. Ooh, a quick run out with the Boss G, however, going to get pretty dicey towards the spawn. Not going to find anything, but he's hanging around. He still wants it. Okay, so got some dedication investment up on the second floor. Warden, Vigil, Solus, all really there to stop the flow and stop that verticality that is going to be so present. Boss G, he's ready.
Look
for
at
it.
this
He has the
intel,
drone.
though.
How did they not get a drone on him?
They did. They got it. They droned his feet from over on the other door. They knew exactly that Vigil was there. They just weren't in a position to take the shot. But there he is. He goes down. But the second run out coming from the other window on Solus. Wow. Well played there over on that valley balcony by La Chispa, playing that just right.
Yeah, absolutely. The team play, the buddy system. He said, I'm in a little bit of trouble. He loses his life, takes a jump out, and finds the kill for it. Huge trade. Now, it's the Vigil for the Ash, so take your pick on which one is going to be a little bit more devastating. But getting your entry off the board and getting them off early is absolutely going to play in the defense's favor. A couple of trades ring out now as we find ourselves in a 3-3. Warden now into that low health scenario and takes himself a bit of a rat spot as he heads under the desk, going to be waiting for somebody to try to jump in that window and get themselves ready for an execute. But the diffuser is cold, Whiskey. We'll have to get that first.
Still got a minute 15, plenty of time here and there. They've got the diffuser, and they certainly have the life advantage at this point, right? Just Solus on the defense with all of her life. They still have got a little bit of utility in play. No C4s, though. Already used up the one, and Warden brought along the deployable as opposed to, I think typically we've been seeing him bring that C4 along. So now, question here is, what can Sheet do? Try to put some extra pressure on this team, gain some advantage. Right now, they're taking too much time downstairs. I mean, we were watching Zofia there, just taking a lot of time waiting, and feels like they need to push a little bit harder here.
That's right, and that's going to make it a little bit tougher. Sol's still active up on the second floor, finds a kill, puts some pressure on, going to force them to come deal with this problem. And with 25 seconds left, really going to start wasting that time. A pre-fire into the back end, waiting for it. It's there,
wow.
but just not ready as Danny's able to find the triple kill, now putting all of the pressure onto the aforementioned Zofia. She's got a lot of work to do and a little time in which to do it, so we might be looking at a round win, and there it is, Reborn to clean it up.
Yep, boy, what turned out at the minute 15 looking like a Sheet advantage with health, positioning, having the diffuser in hand, it looked like they were going to be all set there, but absolutely turned around, and Chispa 3 in a row taking down here on defense. And I know you talked about this being a little bit of an attacker-sided map. Sheet, I think, came in, at least appeared to be very confident, right? The team that, they each had made it this far in the lower brackets, and choosing attack, coming in, playing aggressively just does not seem to be working. Right now, La Chispa has got an answer for everything that they've tried to throw at this team, and pretty balanced from a KD perspective, right? Everybody contributing here, so good call on the Sheet side, taking the time out. Take some time to talk and think about it.
That's right. I like it, right? You saw the first 3. You know what they're bringing to the table. They're going to take it back up to the second floor. Now, what do you do to adapt, right? You lost a couple of, last time they were on the second floor, lost 2 quick entry picks, which of course puts you down in the numbers, and then it seemed to collapse from there. So let's see what Sheet is going to do to be able to bring this back in the round. And one adaptation, we're going to bring the Capital along, right? A little bit of smoke, a little bit of fire, something to help facilitate your plant or get some of those defenders out of those critical push
Defenders,
points.
protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
And I think, right now, Chispa does not have the Warden, so they don't have that little bit of extra. But yeah, when you bring along a combination of a Capital and an Osa and a Grim here, this definitely looks like that, maybe that east side plant, maybe not a rush, but maybe this could be the hallmark Sheet quick execute if they can try and pull it off. I like seeing it. I want to see them, they were carrying a little bit of that confidence in. Chispa had found a way to sort of shut everything down at this point, but maybe turn it up a notch. It looks like that's the way that they want to play. They're going to stick the Osa and Capital picks and add in that roam clear of Dokkaebi. This could work if we're going to see them do a hard east side push.
Yeah, that's right. Especially because they don't have any hard breach to deal with that west side. So we'll see how it plays out as they start to get going. Nobody really on that first floor for that vertical presence. So Buck could have a little bit of a field day here, all alone, to be able to force some of those players out with that skeleton key. Getting some drone in to make sure that, of course, it is going to be safe for them downstairs, and they're seeing it relatively free. Hopefully, see them hit the gap and start putting some pressure on.
That's right, opening up, and I like the applying pressure downstairs, right? Not 100% focused on east side, if that was the play that they were going to take, right? You got two main players downstairs in the Dokkaebi and the Buck, so they're looking like they want to try and push a vertical and make sure that they're not risking the C4 from below. You've got Valk playing in that spot. Jeez, boy. Was that literally as I said it?
100% as you said it, it was going down.
Oh,
Huge
jeez.
kick as Intel takes out Intel, or the Mira able to use that C4 and claim the life of Grim. No more bees to help figure out where the heck these defenders are sitting along in the backside. Fire does ring out, but nobody there to receive it. No cooks in the kitchen.
Oh,
they forced them
that's
back.
a bit of a
They're gonna
miss.
start putting some pressure on the east. Yep.
Boy, it seems like this is a little bit of a disjointed attack, right? And nobody there pushing on west side. I mean, you typically have the Capital use the fire to prevent anybody from making the push around the chassis or from making the push in from the other side of the site, but it was too early. Osa wasn't in place, and there you still have got the vertical hold from below there. You can hear the Dokkaebi call going out, but boy, Valk is in a really dangerous position, and they're still working on clearing her out. Then they have to, otherwise there's no way you're going to be able to walk in east.
That's right. And got also mute down there, so the shotgun ready to handle whatever's going to be thrown their way with a C4 to boot. So thinking C4s are mostly gone. Well, there's still some damage to be had here. A couple of pre-fires towards that main lobby, and they're going to start rotating back towards the customs area so they can get that shot on. And there it is. The Osa does get taken down, and a C4 to claim a double. Now all the lone survivor, Dokkaebi, with a Legion Goo input, has to deal with Amira. And that is going to be an easy peasy, both lemon and squeezy.
Was that a 4K for Reborn as well after the double C4? He just cleaned up that last one as well.
Jeez. Firing on all cylinders this evening or afternoon, wherever it is, of course, that you hail from. 4-0 on the start, which definitely puts the pressure on Sheet, especially because the game plan going into this is it's border. We're going to shoot the gaps. We're going to take space. We're going to be able to plant a couple of times and, you know, come away with a couple of round wins, hoping to look for their 3-3. Now they're just starting to get desperate to even get their first one on the board. 4-2, not unheard of, right? For the split. That's very standard, but you got to get there first. So we need to see some real adaptation out of Sheet, or they're going to find themselves on a GG go next scenario.
I do feel like in terms of that first round rotate, I think Sheet was closest on this site, right? They were getting the plant down, had good vertical coverage, just didn't have enough to be able to cover the defenders coming from both sides down in the basement. So if you had to pick one that it looked like Sheet had the best chance of winning, this is it. So it's a good opportunity and would be a good mental switch for them to make this transition over from losing 4 in a row to winning 1 and putting them up 1 and only needing 1 more to get that standard split. So that would be a really powerful setup here, but so far does not look like they're feeling as coordinated as they were on Sunday. And a little bit of a see how this goes, but it definitely feels a little bit dangerous here for this Sheet team down 4-0 to start.
Boy, speaking of dangerous, Capcan on the door, ready for a swing. No way, what a shot. Starts to put themselves in place to get a spawn peek, but pays for their does get answered back, however, as the Roteros are going to be taken off the board. And that's a huge one, right? That's getting rid of some of that extension util, those Banshees, those Capcan traps, pushing those players out. So huge, huge play there. Now, Brava on board is getting some intel, and they're feeding it onto Malusi as the clutch drone goes in. Oh my lord, bold, gonna find one. What a shot. Knew he was there, takes the swing, gets it anyways. Danny to find another, and now put on a really tough situation. Almost looking like a potential for a 5-0 start here.
Well, I mean, you had Malusi playing up on that second floor in security and not backing off at all, even being pinged out, even having the Dokkaebi call out. That to me is just showing this level of confidence that La Chispa is playing with runouts as well. They cannot miss right now. Holy cow.
Absolutely on fire, Whiskey. Absolutely. I mean, this is where the magic happens, right? The lower bracket, the dog fight to put yourself back into it. You've already had a devastating loss that sent you down here, and then you had to grind all the way back up to be able to have a shot at it. So this is the magic stage. This is where it's all or nothing, and you got to bring a little bit of everything, a little bit of pace, a little bit of that aggression, a little bit of your holding weight. I mean, it's got to be a little bit of everything, and that's exactly what we're seeing against Sheet right now.
Boy, they certainly have been pulling out all the stops, and to me, that big thing, they're winning the ones. Every single engagement, it seems, all the important ones, they're coming out ahead. And that the Malusi play upstairs in security to me just highlights the fact that they're probably feeling very confident. Those comms are probably feeling great right now as she's under an assault from pings, from drones, from Dokkaebi calls, and did not back down, didn't drop the hatch, didn't rotate, just stayed in the fight, and took down another attacker in the process. In addition to wasting time, she wasted all the time, won the fight, survived all the utility that the attacking team was throwing at her, and made it happen. So there's a lot of confidence on this team, the way that they're playing right now. It's a dangerous scenario. Now, early on, we saw that one kill downstairs on Warden, going for the spawn peak. I think she was taking advantage of the La Chispa sort of, confidence right there. And I was going to say rolling into that hopefully was a little bit of a mental turn. But in this case, they haven't been able to follow through and carry that on. It didn't even make it out of the next minute of the round. So that's unfortunate, but that was what they needed to start with. It's unfortunate they couldn't get that going a little bit further into the round.
Okay, a little bit desperate here as we're on the last round of the first half of the first map. And Stixel, that's a tough place to find yourself going into your defense, no matter what. So we're looking to see Sheet come up on one here. It will take down those Capcan traps. Means there's only two left on the board. They start to not worry about walking through some of those doorways, jumping in through some of those windows. A little bit of damage here already done on Buck as he's reduced to 32 HP. But Nook starting to creep in up here on the top.
Like, not knowing how close she was to the Capcan sitting right there. If she had been able to fire through the wall, but wow, going to take down the Warden, trying to cover this upstairs area. So great play there to take down two with the stealth. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly what they needed. So Dokkaebi calls start going out, sussing out where these last two defenders are at. Buck does go down, but he's potentially retrievable. Sends a C4, got his prime prepped and ready should they start to push that top metal area. Look for any sort of sound cue. And of course, they do have someone on cams as there's 2 deaths already. So could be a huge C4 if that's the case. And there's 2 on the board, and there it is. Gonna find it. The ping goes out. They get one, and that is equalizing here on the body count, unless they're gonna be able to get Buck up on the board. But he is desperately clinging on to life. There it is. Picks it up.
Yeah, they got it.
Let's go.
Yeah, you called it out. Playing the C4 from down below, well played, and because Nook had walked past that 90 cam, didn't shoot it, and didn't want to give away the position, Capcan would have known immediately at that point, and would not have been able to sneak up on Warden. So, like, we're able to use that 90 cam to be able to use that C4. Just as an unfortunate turn of events the way it worked out, but holy cow.
Let's go. One more to get it done. About to find their first round as the plant starts to go down, and it's a take up top for the vertical, but the flash is coming out as they know exactly where he's at. So they're going to be able to go ahead and stick this as everybody waiting for that potential drop. It's the shots from up top that are going to get it done, and Sheet going to find their first round as we head into the back end of the half.
Well, that's certainly what we needed. I talked earlier about the bathroom being probably the best opportunity they had on that first floor, but it was an unfortunate loss. Sort of fell apart on the top floor, but this time Sheet able to take advantage of the gaps in the Chispa defense. Again, utilizing the nook and getting some, using some stealth there to take out some of the players upstairs, gain some of that vertical control. It was a great way to handle it. A 5-1-half is not the way you want to start out a best of 3, but it isn't the worst way you could. So Sheet now on defense, and we'll see
Attackers
whether
need
or
to
not
locate and defuse
this is their map for defense. Of course, Chispa picked the map, so obviously confident, I think, on defense, but maybe a little bit more so on attack, because I think that's what they would have expected to start on in general. So looking forward to see what this La Chispa team is bringing on the attack side.
Yeah, so Sheet on the defense, gonna bring out a couple of the classics, right? If Mira's available, obviously you want to use her. That C4 and those one ways could be devastating. The intel of Valkyrie and the newly nerfed Fenrir will be on the void board. Now you're able to shoot those things. They're not bulletproof, which you still get blasted by the purple smoke that obscures your vision, but you'll be able to find it a little bit quicker and get it taken care of. And if it's close, be able to use it, or be able to take it off the board without having any danger to yourself. And the dock, right? Kind of the cheese op sometimes, right? Very specific in what you're wanting him to do. And I like it. I like the dock being brought here, especially because there's so much bits and pieces of these players being taken off, right? Everybody in that low health scenario. Doc could be the impact player here that can save a couple of rounds.
Yeah, Doc definitely situational, definitely team-based, and it is the first time that we're getting to see Sheet play on Border, and I'm pretty sure we did see them play a little bit of Doc previously on one of their other maps, so maybe an op that they like. And that Valk up in the corner, Manolo waiting, the combination of the C4, they're going to prevent this east push in rather than the C4 from below, using the combo of the Valk cam plus the C4 to hold it from above. I like it.
Me too, but the reason he was pointing that out to us is that the Brava drone missed it. That was huge. Didn't steal the Valk cam that's gonna facilitate that C4. And now with Doc off the board, no way to get Fenrir back up to that full health, and Valkyrie's taken down. So now the only C4 on the board is gonna be in the hands of, oh my lord, of Mira and Warden, as Fenrir does get taken down. Now puts us onto a 4v2, and it's looking real good here for La Chispa to go on to that match point scenario, as Mira is now taken off the board. Huge play. Last one alive is going to be the Warden, holding on to the back end. Takes a couple of fire shots, but the push in from the office area is going to just prove to be too difficult. And they're going to find themselves a round win on attack and put them on that match point scenario. I cannot believe that we're already here. It's crazy.
Boy, yeah, you said it. We're already here. So if you are just joining us, welcome everyone. I know we've got a ton of R6 going on. We've got the EU League going on. We had the mainstream running. Appreciate everybody joining us here for this LATAM South Open Qualifier. There are 3 teams left fighting for 1 Pro League spot. And first, La Chispa and Sheet, before we get to see the winner take on Alpha Team. So we're in the first map of a best of 3, and La Chispa so far has absolutely been cleaning up a 6-1 game to start this thing off. Sheet is on the back foot, and now they are in that position. They've got to be perfect for 5 to be able to even make an attempt here. And La Chispa looked very good on attack. I'm shutting down Sheet, and a couple of mistakes, right? We saw the miss on the Velcam, you talked about it, and just a couple big misses in mechanical gunplay as well, right? There was a couple whiffs that were definitely unfortunate to see, that is holding Sheet back for sure. So something seems like it's not clicking right now. It's only the first map of the best of 3, so they've got the opportunity going into Consulate and then hopefully Cafe to try and capitalize on those mistakes and move forward.
Yep, absolutely. And it's a standard defense here to try and facilitate that 5 in a row. I mean, not much to say here, right? They're bringing all the ops that you should. There's counter strat on the side of it. Brava and IQ to really try to take down those Valk cams, which of course proved to be a little bit tough, right? They were for sure impactful, if not, of course, didn't win the round. So rotating back around, you're going to see that we do not have anybody playing downstairs for that C4 potential. So something that they're going to maybe bring into the late round here. Looking for that mute jammer as the Brava tries to get in, and they're able to get it at least up to the east valve. But Clutch Drone is going to be taken off the board. So those cams, those jammers, that remain for now.
Yep, gonna hold on, getting some of this util in. They're gonna find some of these. Some of the pieces that the defense that they've got set up, but clearing out the bandit batteries. I don't know, do they have any? No, it does not appear that they've got anything to deal with the electricity, the breach denial, and oh no. Okay, maybe taking down Buck here. He's under assault, playing downstairs in the supply room. Whether or not he can get himself back outside and sort of reposition. So far, this is the best minute and a half in a round we've seen from Sheet at this point.
Yeah, all members left alive with a full health, and there's going to be the first kills as Valkyrie going to be relegated to their cams. IQ taken off the board, and Buck to follow does put the body balance in favor of Sheet now as they find themselves in a 4v3. What they really got to do is start to hold on for this last minute of gameplay, and they can find themselves with another round win and just that much closer to bringing this back into contention. A couple of shots up top, and that's not the way you want it to go. Reborn able to find one onto Hacks, and that's going to put us into a 3-3. Still good, though. Still, the pressure is here, obviously, but still in their favor. If they can get one more pick to really just solidify their hold for this last 50 seconds, they'll start to feel pretty good. That's the smoke going in.
Oh,
a
wow.
Double C4. Caught him slipping, put him sleeping. Puts us into a 1v2 as the shots come around, and Sheet's going to find a round win and a little bit closer to tying up this scoreline.
Wow, that double C4, what a turn of events there. I thought for a second that that Reborn was going to carry this team. He made it into the double digits there, and looked like even down 4-2 in the body count at one point there, we were going to see that turnaround and La Chispa fight to win that round. But the double C4, they're completely shutting it down and turning that around. So now Sheet, interestingly, is going to pick the 1F customs and supply site. That's interesting, and I feel like could be bringing something special out here, hopefully, to try and combat CHISPA. I'm assuming they would immediately assume you're going to go with one of the standard sites downstairs, start off in the vent workshop or bathroom tellers. Rarely does this custom supply get played. There's so many easy, there's a couple easy plant locations, either right on the window in supply or right from that passport door into the walls that are being reinforced by bandits. So there's a couple of those easy spots. This could be dangerous, and a ton of breachable floor upstairs. A huge opportunity for them to be able to hold the vertical. So expect we're going to see Sheet have a pretty decent presence upstairs in that break and security area.
It's interesting, right? It's interesting, Whiskey. It's high risk, high reward. If you win this, you're the hero. If you don't, well, duh, because it's the site you don't play, because it's got so much of that soft breach, because there's so many opportunities to approach that map from all different directions. For a non-linear team, this is kind of a dream come true. So we'll see if they've got what it takes here. They got the Maverick starting to open some stuff up, but a C4 here to try to put some pressure onto them. Send it. Give it to him. Give it to him. Oh, nope. Going to be able to get away. They knew it was coming. So, unfortunate C4 not going to be able to do anything. And they open up that main breach to start putting the pressure onto the bandit there. And the person we haven't seen all game, Whiskey, it's the Ying. Those Candelas. They're looking for something to get in and get that plant going.
I mean, if it was going to be the one to work on, this is it, right? Confuse, just flood the site. It's a definite possibility. And look at all these blue outlines. They are stacked up around detention making their way in. So they're definitely going to gain some angles here. Hold. All you got to do is separate off the customs area from supply. If you can try and hold one of those angles, keep Manolo there and Chavez out. This could be the line that they need to shut Sheet down permanently. But they got to watch out for that vertical. You still have got some of these defenders playing upstairs. You got Alibi still playing up there. They got to clear her out if they're going to have a shot at it.
Yeah, but not playing in the security area. So they extended over to the other side instead. But look at that. What doesn't matter where you're playing at. They're going to find the kills. Alibi is going to take one. It does get traded out as the Vigil gets taken down. So the body balance goes into the favor of La Chispa here as they're starting to make this last 60 seconds to get their execute going. So the rotate back down. See the flash is starting to push in as they're going to put some pressure on from the windows, and that's going to be Fenrir taking a bunch of damage. Still alive, but he's barely breathing. Dean Candela's run out, and that's going to be Alibi to find a second. They didn't deal with that vertical presence, and now they paid the price for it as the body count gets equalized. Looking for the swing in. Your back is turned. What are you going to do? Oh, my Lord. It's Naza with a double. Now all the pressure onto Alibi, who is up top, looking to try to capitalize, but not gonna happen. La Chispa gonna take map number 1 in a dramatic and dynamic fashion.
7-2 victory there for, I believe this is Argentinian team taking down Sheet, who we saw the Brazil team here in map 1. So like I said, if you're just joining us, this is a best of 3. Still have got one more, at least one more map to go at this point, my friend.
That's right. Okay. So border done. Right? The extreme aggression out. Now we get to head on to map number 2, which I believe was Consulate, right?
That's right, Consulate. We're going to get to see it again. Interestingly, not a popular map in the NA scene as well, but are going to be our second time catching this one.
Yep, absolutely. Can't wait for it. Look for the shotguns to be king as they hide inside of those corners and take those close quarter combat swings. Hey, folks, sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're going to bring you the second map. Hey-oh.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. If you're just joining us, well, you're just in time for map number 2 in this banger best of 3. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, Mr. Whiskey Run. Man, that was a pretty dramatic first map.
Yes, it was 7-2 victory there for La Chispa over Sheet. Huge. The Argentinians taking down the Brazil team. A battle between the nations here in the LATAM South. We are fighting for the last Pro League spot available for the qualifiers, and this is it, my friend. Sheet is on the last opportunity. It has come down to this map. They have got to win here if they want to force number 3 and have a shot at that Pro League spot.
That's right. Ayo. Okay, so map number 2. This is Sheet's map pick, right? Consulate. So kind of going to be expecting them to bring some dedicated strats, a little bit more comfortability, kind of at that home turf. Home field advantage here. We'll see what they're bringing to the table as far as bans go. I imagine it's going to be kind of similar, right? Monty going to be the first taken off the board. He's just so powerful in taking that real estate in those 1vx scenarios. Now with that shield bash, able to just be absolutely dominant when taking space. But here on Sheet, the first one to go, we're going to take some verticality off the board as the buck pick is going to ring out, meaning Dokkaebi and Ying still going to be utilized or be able to be utilized here.
That is wild, my friend. Buck. I don't know that we have seen a buck ban in a really long time.
I like it though, especially for this map, especially because of how much buck was being utilized on border, right? There's so much soft breach. When you go down to the basement, it's all soft breach. You go up to the top, that's all soft breach on the floor as well. So really just a great opportunity to be able to put that vertical pressure on. So buck, goodbye, sayonara, see you later. I love the call. Azami on the next is we're going to see her continuously banned out, especially on a map like this. That static warfare run that we talk about so often that she is just so good at. When you're in that close quarter combat arena and you have an Azami, and not just an Azami, maybe even a Azami with the shotgun, right? It's just so difficult to push in and take that space with her. So she's going to be gone. And of course, the Valkyrie. If there's soft breach available in a huge way, Valkyrie definitely needs to be off the board because the C4 potential and that intel and opportunity. These are good bans. This is going to be a good map.
Yeah, boy, really changing it up. The combination of the buck along with the Azami not being there, right? The attackers not being able to get the same level of vertical control that they normally could, because there's some of those double floor spots that you talk about going down through hatches, down through the floor, and then losing the Azami for not being able to create those peaks. I think it's definitely going to cause more close quarter combat, right? More close engagements where you're not shooting as much through the floor, taking some of those hidden, right? It might be more fight to fight, which so far, like gun to gun fight, which so far has absolutely favored La Chispa. They have won the 1v1s over and over again. That was big part of the reason they were 7-2 victory there to start off with on border, was winning those mechanical gunfights. So if you lose the buck, if you lose the Azami, and you force some of those close fights to happen, I think that favors Chispa a little bit in this case.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. Now, last time we watched Consulate play, Tachanka, the Lord himself, became kind of a staple to the anchor because there's so many of those spots where you can get in and get a quick plant, especially on the second floor, right? In through either one of those windows on the top floor or pushing up that admin stair to take a plant on the door. The Tachanka could be potentially somebody that stops some of that quick action. Now, last time we watched this played, it didn't work out that way, and Tachanka was more of a hindrance than a help for sure, right? Because the gunplay is slower, because he wasn't able to quite get the fire shots in. Because of the swing or be swung, he was taken off the board. We'll see if that is going to be different this time. The highlight here, we're looking at Amaru, Grim, Ying. It's got all of the makings, all of the parts of the recipe to get in quite quickly once they decide to get it done.
And if you had joined us on Sunday, we did get to see Consulate, but that was played against in the semifinal game with Alpha versus Outlast, and that was the map that went 8-7 double OT all the way. So in this case, we're going to see Consulate again, but so far, you and I have not seen these two teams play this map specifically, so familiar with the map certainly, but how each of these two teams is going to play it, Sheet, I sort of expect that, a little bit of aggressive and push in quickly, but CHISPA winning some of those gunfights. We'll see, and there it is. The Amaru, the Ying, the Capitao. Boy, called it. That's exactly the way that this one is playing out.
Yep, and there's going to be the chunk off the board, so they're going to be able to facilitate the plant quite easily.
Wow!
As the trades ring out, Lion's going to be the first off the board. A quick swing in, though, is going to take Capitao down as Naza, one of the heroes of the
What?
What? Oh, my lord! Okay, going for the aggression, wanted it, and they found it. So now it's a 3v2 in a post plant. Got to have 7 seconds on the board to be able to get that defuse, and they have got this one locked down. A quick run out, but they are completely ready for it. Reborn does find the kill onto Manolo, but the time just was not going to play into their favor. And that quick plant, or at least that, yeah, a little bit of a quick plant there, worked out perfectly.
Yeah, not quick in terms of so early in the round, but certainly once the execute happened midway through, they absolutely threw everything at it. And, you know, to me, both of these teams, I think, is showing a lot of what we saw in the last map. Sheet playing aggressively, right? Enter quickly in terms of when I'm talking about aggression. Quick entries into the map and then gaining some space, but not really having full control of it, right? That was under duress of Ying Candelas and the smokes, but CHISPA threw that one away, certainly, with the double run out or the triple run out there at the end. They obviously needed to put some pressure on the Sheets players, but it did not appear to be coordinated the same way. If you had 3 players covering the window or the floor as you go for a long arm defuse, I think they may have been a little bit more successful trying to attack the post-plant scenario like that, but they just threw everything they had at it, and that to me shows that same level of just confidence that they had and they showed on Border. Very, very confident team, and that's the way I think a confident team would play. That is, we're going to win these fights, so let's go ahead and throw bodies at it. It didn't work out, though, so whether or not that changes the way they're going to play this round, I think we're going to see how it plays out, but for sure it felt very much like confident team got a little bit shut down there, and they're going to need to play just a tad bit more conservatively in order to keep that 7-2 momentum rolling.
Right, and on the attack side again, and the problem with that, Whiskey, is that's only gonna work like one time, right? Because the very next setup, they're gonna be absolutely ready for it. And so they switched the operator lineup on the attack and do it a little bit more in the traditional way, bringing out Flores to help get that shield specifically to stop that Tachanka play as their anchor there. So I like the switch up. I like that they took that early aggressive round. Now let's see what they do when it comes down to the traditional side.
Yep, we're going to play this second floor in a little bit of a different way, right? They're taking sort of that admin side over approach, relying a little bit more on the drones, relying a little bit more on the utility, opening up some of these sight lines, right? We didn't really see that in the first one. Hadn't really been a tremendous hallmark of the way that Sheet had been playing. I like seeing it from them. It's a big change up here. Right now, so far, CHISPA responding appropriately, continuing to hold on to these power positions, and even if they're giving up the admin side, they've got that hallway, that admin hallway on lockdown with the warden playing up against the deployable there, close to the vending machines.
Yep, a little bit more traditional of a hold, except for still having that Tachanka on the board. Now that. There it is. Mute Jam are going to stop as they look at this. It is the full admin side overtake here. They're really going to be putting the pressure onto this warden. But they're going to find it difficult if they can't get that shield down. Malusi the first to fall for the defense, which does put the body balance in favor of the attacking Sheet. Oh, dang. That Flores drone might be a little bit wasted unless he can get back up there. And there's some fire to bring him and push him out of that spot. Huge play there, as now he's pushed onto the top of Spiral while they start taking the real estate up top here. It's a 5v4.
5v4, and you got a little bit of low health there, but hiding behind the long desk. Look at this. Oh no, but it's the frag grenade. Holy cow, I can't believe he survived and was able to catch one there, but that frag grenade doing exactly the way that we've seen that meta shift, causing motion there on the defense. But that is the plant going down, and they are going to stick it, and Reborn is all alone.
Yeah, no kidding. A 2v1, another post-plant scenario, so very protect the president play here, and got a tough bit of gameplay to get through because it's so spread out on the crossfire. Couple of pre-shots through, 20 seconds basically to start facilitating this oh, didn't deal with the shield and then used it to their advantage. They're able to find two, both of them on the plant. This is a different looking sheet right now.
So this was their map pick, right? We knew that that coming into it, Sheet should traditionally come in and be a little bit stronger on their map pick, and I think they were expecting to play attack to start with, being that that's traditional, play against La Chispa picking to start off on defense. So they seem like they definitely came in prepared. And one of the things we saw on Border was that even though it was the La Chispa team was very, very well set up, very well arranged as far as how they were managing their attacks and their defenses, a lot of it still was relying on Reborn. He was definitely carrying that team. He was the first guy in double digits on that team. And if he's struggling a little bit or having a lot of the pressure placed on him, it's going to be a little bit tougher for him to manage.
That's right. Okay, so take it down to the basement. They're not going to ego check the third floor, which is the right call here, but we're sticking that aggression. The blitz being picked here, I hope they keep on that. Send it in. Just keep firing on all cylinders. What do we need to see out of La Chispa right now?
10 seconds.
I mean, it's just getting their bearings, right? This is a good team. They're definitely great at winning the ones, and their strats are doing well on constant. They're just getting overwhelmed by that full frontal push. So let's see what they're going to bring to the table here, utilizing both the Fenrir and the Solus here. Solus with the shoddy in hand, mind you.
And I know we're on a 3 to 4 minute delay here because we are watching the Blast Open qualifiers. But thank you very much, Jesse J, for the raid. Welcome everybody in. We are watching the LATAM South Open qualifier series. There are 3 teams left in this, fighting for 1 Pro League spot here in the lower bracket. We're going to find out today at the conclusion of the next BO3 after this one who is going to earn that spot. So welcome everybody. Appreciate you being here.
Okay, takes the drone out, and there's the blitz pushing right in. There it is, pushed him down the hatch, gonna make him retake up yellow. So, gonna push in a little bit farther, try to find potentially anybody still up on that second floor. It's gonna be nobody, but look at this. The intel from Solus just gonna be absolutely huge here as they start to put the pressure on. Now there's the Jackal ping, does suss out that they're on that west corridor, sitting and holding. Are they gonna be able to capitalize? Blitz taking a little bit more damage. Free fires from the bottom of Spiral there, and it's going to be pushed back down into yellow. A little Legion Goo to slow him down, and those are incredibly important, especially now because he's in that low health scenario. Got to get that out pretty quick. We're still sitting 5-all here in the first minute and 36. Really no kind of challenge outside of that first, second floor push.
Yeah, they're working on clearing. They're doing that top-down clear. The combination of the Blitz being able to clear out the rooms, combined with the Jackal, being able to tell whether or not anybody has been in that room. And we saw that use to their advantage there as they try to push down the last defender. Legion, definitely a good counter to that hard-pushing Blitz. But I got to say, I'm still on the fence about whether or not Blitz was the right pick here. I know that Monty is banned out, but it just does not feel like so far we've seen Blitz really live up to the power that some of the other attacking operators bring. So we'll see whether or not Sheet can make this one work as they play here in the basement, try and find a third on attack, which absolutely is going to be their best showing. They only won 2 rounds in the previous map, so this was it. If they can find another, they'll have eclipsed their previous map total.
And doing it on attack, which is, you know, a little bit more impressive, especially on this map, which can be quite defender-sided, right? So, 2 kills ring out as Souls and the Legion are taken off the board. Smokes onto those critical rotates, allowing the Blitz to push up as the plan starts to go down. But that's going to be the shot in the back as 2 are going to ring out, and the trade comes back as Danny gets taken down. A C4 to ring out, but not going to hit anything. And there's on the backside, the Vector finding it through the rotate, but the crossfire is in play. It's the double Deimos that devastates and they are going to find 3 in a row. And this is just
Play a
looking like
DC.
a completely different Sheet team right now.
Holy cow, my friend. Oh, we got a DC, or at least a tech pause. We knew that one was coming. We knew that the teams needed to take a quick break here. So, once again, want to just say thank you very much. Appreciate everybody that joined us here for the raid. Welcome to this LATAM Open qualifier here. And Sheet and La Chispa, this has been a back and forth that we certainly did not expect. In the previous map on Border, La Chispa won the first 5 in a row before Sheet could pull off just 2 rounds to try and hold on a little bit. So the fact that that Sheet has come back and won 3 in a row here, incredible turnaround for this team. They did not let that mental sort of faltering in Border slow this team down at all. They want to keep it going, and it's a best of 3, so they've got the opportunity.
Yeah, they have to win it here to even see Cafe, our decider map, and they are just looking great, right? They're aggressive all of a sudden. They're in your face. They're taking those gunfights. It's one of the hallmarks of Consulate is how close it is, right? Close together in that close quarter combat arena that we talk about so often, and they are just taking full advantage of that. 2 great plants in a row up on the second floor. Did a great job of clearing out the second and first floor when we were down in the basement, and then Blitz just being a menace, getting inside, causing that chaos, and that's exactly what happened. They're up 3-0 now. Okay, so got a DC, got to get them back in the lobby. We're going to take a quick break because when we come back, it's going to be the stunning conclusion to the second map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up and welcome back. Everybody is back in the lobby, so we are ready to get going again. It has been a great performance on attack by Sheet so far as they have taken 3 rounds in a row, both on the second floor and the basement. So looking really good on some of those kind of standard sites, right? The second floor, the first floor, those are definitely going to be primary and secondary. So really looking comfortable on that. How are they going to take on this first floor? How are they going to do it without that verticality of Buck? I think we're going to find out. Looks like a fun lineup, really a dedication to sussing out the roam game so far.
Yeah, you called it, right? Definitely interesting. I think the change up with Buck being banned has, I don't know, right? I thought maybe that was going to have a bigger impact, but so far that was Sheet that banned Buck, and they have certainly not needed him as a part of the way that they played this map out so far. So we'll see whether or not that continues to throw off CHISPA, but I don't know, maybe missing the Valk, where they were relying a little bit more on the information, on the important part of how they were handling the information game to deal with Sheet, and not having Valk has sort of held them up. The change up there, bringing the Maestro as an alternative, and here he has already had one stolen by Brava, one of my favorite things to have happen in the game of Siege. Brava stealing the Maestro cam, my friend.
Yeah, absolute classic.
Yes.
I love it. Okay, so a couple of self shots there, and they're going to be able to stop that cam. And we do have the Amaro sitting in east front yard there with the diffuser in hand. So I wonder, like, what the play is going to be. Is this maybe an up through the hatch once they take that vertical, or just can't even call it at this point? I'm excited to see what they're going to bring to the table, though. Minute and 55 left in the game. The drones start to do what they do best, suss out this defense and exactly where they're sitting, and that's going to be, put himself up top. That's going to be the first couple of shots. C4 rings out and takes him down, but it's going to be answered back as Deimos is going to find a kill. The swing in is going to equalize there, so we now find ourselves into a 3-3 here. A little bit of a low health scenario for the Deimos. But still a viable operator here as Dokeby is stealing that intel. And on Consulate, that is absolutely huge. There's so many defaults that are in place that you can get that information from. It's a huge pickup.
Yeah, boy, she did not appear to be ready, or maybe this was just CHISPA having a good read on it. The pre-pace C4 below the window, and that was diffuser as well. So well played there on the defense. I think reading in a little bit to that sort of aggressive sheet play. These two teams are doing a really good job of trying to fight back and forth. And that first map for sure, Border, was all CHISPA. They were finding and winning all of those. This one has certainly been more even-sided, and even in the terms of winning the gunfights, right? CHISPA is not having that same level of luck or mechanical skill that they did on that first map. So combination of better attacking play here by Sheet is certainly putting them up and making them look a lot better this round.
Yeah, and that's going to be the Deimos taken off the board as the intel was able to suss him out when he started to put the pressure on. But is that the plant going down? Oh, Maestro. There you go. Finds the double, ends the round, and that's going to be CHISPA finding their first on the defense, and they're going to do it on the Tersh.
Well, you talk about when Maestro brings the LMG, he's got enough bullets to kill them all. So even though Brava managed to steal one of those cams, he was able to play behind the mirror window and sort of hold all of that ground on his own. Don't know whether or not Sheet had an idea that he was covering that area or whether or not they just sort of missed it, but certainly you're not going to survive an onslaught from the LMG to win it. So CHISPA takes their first on defense. Like you said, it was on that tertiary site because they played the 2F twice in a row. See how they're going to handle this time now. Going to go back to the basement. And the basement, that one went relatively quickly. And I think that CHISPA can, again, change up the play style a little bit, adapt to the way that Sheet was playing. This one could be a little bit more of an evenly matched round.
Yeah, potentially, right? They only had one real roamer, and I believe that was the Legion who sat up on the second floor. As soon as he was pressed by the blitz, he was able to drop down the hatch, get himself back into sight, and then it was clear until they were able to take all of that first floor real estate and then push down and just take those gunfights. And you're right, it was back and forth as they went into the final seconds of that round.
Attackers are heading out to defuse the bomb.
They definitely got an extension up top. As Solus and Vigil going to be playing up there, so a little bit of the buddy system in place. I think it's the right adaptation for sure.
Ooh, a little bit late to be setting up for a spawn peek there, and Vigil got a little bit closer maybe than he wanted to with how that worked out. But look at that, Solus using that gadget. She's got just a little bit more time before another big change-up comes in the way that her gadget is being used. But boy, that was a little bit dangerous for Vigil, and it certainly seems like CHISPA taking a few chances here on that upper floor.
Well, look at this. Looking for some feet here. Looking for the toes that's underneath the door, but not going to find anything. See the pressure, the ghost pressure that's being applied here with these windows open and the potential for the peek or the run out has really slowed down this Sheet team, right? They're forced to go look up on the second floor. They're forced to suss out most of that roam game because it could be a devastating jump out, which we've seen happen before and be incredibly impactful. So I like the ghost pressure being applied here, and that's going to be the Boss G to find the first one. Huge pick is the Dokeby's off the board because that's your intel going to be gone.
Yep. And clearing out that roam game. That was an important part, I think, of why Sheets won some of those rounds, right? We talked about the combination of the Blitz and the Jackal, able to try and help clear out those roamers quickly. That worked for them. Losing the Dokkaebi early, that's definitely unfortunate. Not going to be able to do that. Plus the Blitz now, all up to the more direct operators in the Ash, Ace, and Grim.
Okay. 70 seconds left on the board in which to start getting in. Taking a look here from the back end of the map. They've got the intel that he's here. It's going to be the swing. You don't need to swing it. Just hold, my friend. You've got the body balance. Force them to come to you. And he's going to take the swing anyways, but he backs off. So going to put the pressure on and puts him from like the long angle here. Still working that up top. Let's see. Yeah, still working that up top, looking for that vertical play here. 43 left on the board as the clock starts to tick down. Really going to put the pressure onto these attackers. They got to make a move here.
Yep, taking just a little bit too long to try and get this set up, and that's really not a hallmark of the way that they had been playing it. So yeah, seems dangerous. They got some of these pieces opened up, but boy, defenders everywhere holding angles downstairs. They don't have good vertical control. Gonna try and go for a plant maybe, but yeah, that was... Oh, he was able to get the kill there. That is the plant going down.
I was about to say, that was great.
I thought
he's
that...
gonna be able to stick it.
Holy cow, I thought the defender got that when he's still gonna drop while he had the pistol trained on him?
Man,
Vinny.
It started to look good, right? But after that first kill, we needed to pull out the AR, my friend, because that was going to be in easy doubles. They were stacked up, making the push around the backside of the chassis. That could have been a Sheet win, even though it was a 1v3.
No ammo in the AR.
Whew. Well, if you're out of ammo in the AR, yeah, that'll make a huge difference for it. And you had to fight to the death with the pistols, but Vinny gave it his all there, got the plant down in what looked to be a very dire situation. I'm surprised that he was able to get that plant down. The fake plant was able to fake out one of the defenders and get a kill, but yet in that 1v3 scenario, really gave it his all and got close. So, boy, in terms of how those two rounds that CHISPA has won, they were not nearly as dominant as they were on border, but even though she came close on those two, they still didn't win, right? The win still matters. Closing out the round is still what matters. Able to convert and close on those rounds. So La Chispa trying to find a way to tie this thing up, go in 3-3 into the half, and that's what they need. This is Sheet's map pick, and they are down 1. We talked about it a little bit, but this is a win or go home scenario for these teams. This is an elimination match. So if La Chispa wins this, their second map in the best of 3, that'll be it for them. They'll send Sheet packing. So Sheet's got to win to be able to force that third map for us to see Cafe.
Yeah, and if you're a Sheet fan, you're happy that they already hit quota, right? On the attack side, on a defensive side of map, 2 being the standard that you kind of have to hit to feel comfortable on your defense, able to find a third one. So last round of the first half, the second map here, and pressure is on. Kind of a similar setup to what we've seen, right? Floors to get rid of some of that extension util. Mainly, I think, looking towards potentially a deployable on the vending side. I think that got brought to the table. Oh, no, it didn't. No deployables. So really going to be just kind of resting on the Malutis and the Fenriers to kind of hold that back side where they made that huge admin push last time.
Yeah, interesting. And I like the bringing along the Aruni gates to sort of change up and just burn utility, right? The attackers didn't bring enough throwable, or if they're not going to be able to use it, if they have to try and burn those gates, and they've got to do it as part of the execute, right? And use all of it up at the right time. So that's a little bit of an advantage here to the defense as they're trying to hold on to this admin side. Malusi is not hiding behind the deployable. She's up in Adam, holding down the hallway.
Right, a couple of shots ringing out. They're going for Trade City here, but it's going to be, oh man, Bandit to find the first one.
Wow.
As the quick peek rings out, he's going to be looking for a double, but just the siege timing is going to prevent that. They just back off from the angle. So with the Flores drone in, start causing some chaos inside of sight, but unfortunately not going to be the case. They're going to find that and shoot it out. So the first death onto the stature does give the body balance over to the CHISPA as they're trying to find themselves into a split of the threes. Ooh, what a shot as he's able to take Naza off the board. Looking for a second, not going to find him.
I like having the Flores up on the roof trying to use that utility, right? Not in danger. We saw that a couple times where he was using those, just putting himself in danger. This time, though, using it a little bit more effectively. But so far, they have not been able to convert that into some kills. There's a ton of action happening on this cross map hallway.
Yeah, no kidding. The fight for the middle of the hallway, and there's some Capital fire to go out, and that's going to be Manolo to take Danny off the board. Does give the body balance back to Sheet, who's looking to put themselves up onto the 4-2, but they've only got 29 seconds to do so. They have the body balance in their favor, but they have got to move, and that's going to be Bandit to find another, Bandit to find a third, as the triple kill rings out.
Holy cow!
On pace for the ace now, as he's got to take, and he's going to
He got it!
He's going to get him! Smashed him the ace to tie up the score line. Yowza!
No way. There is no way that I thought that was going to happen. Bandit is playing the same position, looking down across the hallway into admin, and somehow manages to find a double as they continue to repeat that angle. No utility used to try and push him out of the way. That thing completely fell apart, my friend. And wow, La Chispa on the back of an incredible ace there comes up and ties it 3-3. I thought that was absolutely Sheet's win. And that's a bit of a throw, unfortunately, for that team. They were looking great there. Now they're going to have to fight through on defense on their map pick. So potentially this is what they've been waiting for. They struggled through that first half attack. Now they're ready to lock it down on defense and send this to map 3. We're about to find out.
Yeah, baby. Okay, you love to see it. Extraordinary individual heroics to win the round for his team. Tie it up going into the half here. 3-3. If you're a Sheet fan, you're feeling pretty good about that. Even after the ace, right? Because you did your job. Now you go on to what's going to be a little bit more comfortable for you is the defense side on Consulate. And look at that. It's going to be the Tachanka again. Maybe just kind of the staple for second floor Consulate at this point. Hasn't been like it hasn't been extremely impactful to stop those plants or to deny the push-ins from those critical push point areas. But he's definitely been a force to be reckoned with for sure.
Tachanka being that guy, I mean, it could be part of the LATAM meta. It's one of the reasons why we love casting the other regions, because we spend most of our time in the NA and a little bit in EU, but love being able to see the other regions in the world, how the meta changes a little bit. And certainly, Tachanka has had an awful lot more play here on Consulate than we've seen, and I think all of the other Consulate games in NA combined.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, a little bit of that strat coming out. Smokes do go out, kind of obscure the vision for that window as they start to put some pressure on here from the Aussie Repel on the main breach. As they're all kind of setting each other up around, right? This is a little bit of a slower strat from the CHISPA than we've seen. But I like the call here. Bring out the Finca and that LMG, enough bullets to kill them all and a health to back it up. And one of the newest operators, Striker on.
Yeah, Striker, and boy, we talk about the fact that in the NA also that typically in the new recruit ops, normally it's the Sentry that's played more often rather than the Striker, and I think that's also a little bit of an alternative or a difference here of what we've seen. A lot more Striker being played than Sentry, but he does bring a lot to the table. Those frag grenades also, a lot of power positions here to be able to push the defenders out and get them out in the open.
And that's going to be shots and hacks taken off the board. Body balance, the man advantage. Going to go over to La Chispa here on this first of their attacking rounds. And there it is, the fire trying to stymie the top spiral push here. And it's kind of working, except for, boy, it's going to get just ripped off the board. I say it's kind of working all the way until it doesn't anymore. Now into a 5v1, all the pressure on mute as the plant starts to go down. And this is looking like a potential
Oh.
loop around here. It's a grenade that's going to force him back into that top yellow hallway. Now he's going to find a kill. He's going to find a second one. Huge. Now looking for that verticality here, trying to push in. It's a post-plant scenario. A ton of what we've seen on Consulate.
Holy cow!
The triple rings out. Now puts himself on pace for the ace as he is being spotted out by the Deimos.
Oh,
so he's got an idea of where the Deimos is actually sitting at, but they've got his location too, starting to open up from the back end, puts himself onto the deployable, taking shots from the long distance. Only a little bit more time to get it done, but no, it isn't going to happen. Deimos going to finish that one off. Started looking pretty good for Sheets, but just in the end couldn't get it done.
The unbelievable round there from the SMG-11, right? Keep it out of Manolo's hands. That was crazy because like holding on like that and doing so much damage post plant, he really locked in. And the Deimos, that was an interesting interaction there that we saw that I thought sort of the mechanic would have been different. He walked over on top of the mute jammer and it looked like the drone stopped for a second, but unlike the Dokubi call where the mute jammer stops the mechanic completely, as soon as he walked away from the radius of the mute jammer, the drone came back. It's interesting. I thought that it completely canceled it, so it's not the way that it worked out there. I wonder if he was thinking the same thing. Otherwise, he could have stayed on that mute jammer a little bit longer because there's a really momentary drop onto it.
Yeah, absolutely. So not going to ego check that one. Not gonna go back up to the second floor. Instead, take it down to the basement and going to kind of stick some of the same picks. Although we are bringing the Vigil out, and he is rocking the Boss G. Love it or hate it, it is definitely impactful for sure. So you love seeing it played, at least on the stream. Hate playing against it myself.
Attackers are moving to defuse the
Yeah,
bomb.
indeed. Certainly hate having to deal with it now. Look at this. Vigil playing upstairs and playing the Boss G. I know we sort of saw it back and forth. Although I guess even in the LATAM region continues to be favoring the shotgun as opposed. But this is one thing that I like. The half open wall, they didn't reinforce it, and it really forces, I guess it gives it a little bit more pause for the attackers to try and make the push up. That's exactly what we're seeing here. The double defenders trying to push Ash out, and she's pushed completely out of the garage. Even though that's open, the defense still has got hold of that real estate.
Yeah, the one thing that was missing on that, right? The one thing that would have made that just a little bit better is if they had some feet holes or some head holes, something that wasn't going to allow Ash to really push up and open it up, because now it's kind of just like a deployable. That's going to be Reborn to find the first kill as the Dokubi calls start going out. Gets himself onto a mute jammer to stymie that sound and stop it. So body balance sitting in favor of the CHISPA here. Starts putting pressure on from the vertical.
Yep, that ram coming out and making use here. And sometimes we talk about the fact that when you have those the can openers and using them on the hatches, you make yourself very vulnerable to the C4s. But right now, they didn't have any C4s available, so a little bit safer. Just have to worry about the shotguns, or maybe the Tachanka LMG can certainly do some vertical damage. But here you still have got Legion playing. It's just a little bit of a shallow roam upstairs here in Spiral, and boy, so close. I think he knows you've got the Deimos holding in that spot. If if the call goes out, those two ping each other. It's gonna get wild here.
Oh, finds the first
Wow.
kill, starts to push up, gonna find the second as well. Keeps shooting the body as a little disrespect comes out there from the Deimos. He pays for that disrespect as he gets his head blown off, but the damage is done. He found himself a double and now puts the pressure onto Malusi and Mute as its push starts to come in. Now, Danny gonna find his life forfeit, but the drop down, and Hoste gonna find him, and now takes us into a 1v1. It's a showdown, and he has got the intel. He knows where he's at. He's holding at the head height, waiting for that potential pillar push.
What?
And it's gonna be NASA to take it. Dome shots all around. A bit of a pre-fire, and he takes it.
Oh, just gut-wrenching loss there for Sheets. So close. Boy, we saw Baton go on another crazy run, right? He just was coming off the ace, and managed to find another double and looked like he was going to grab another, but got overconfident and cocky, shooting bodies, giving his position away. You take him down. So you take down the frag leader there for La Chispa, but then unfortunately not to be able to close it out. That, if you take a look at that score line, 5 in a row for La Chispa. When we were talking about how well Sheets was doing, taking 3 at the beginning, this was going all their way. I won't say falling apart because they have been in it and they have been close, especially on these last 2 rounds, but they are just not finding a way to close it out at this point and win those rounds. And this is getting close. This is getting unfortunate, man. We are 1 round away from a La Chispa match point. If you're a Sheet fan, you need them to step up right now.
That's right. And you're absolutely right. Sheet looking really good on Consulate. So it's not that they're going out and losing these rounds. It's just that La Chispa is going out and winning them, right? They're redirecting, they're refocusing their attack. They're able to redirect after, the initial part falls through, and it's
Defenders,
just
protect your bombs
coming
from being
together
defused by
really
attackers.
well. And you're right. The pressure is on, Whiskey. 1 away from a match point to potentially send La Chispa on.
That's right. Not going to talk about it yet. We're going to give Sheet the benefit of the doubt at this point that they are going to find one and take it, continue to push this. They still have got plenty of time, plenty of opportunities, and some gunners to go along with this team. So most of the team playing upstairs there in the 2F location, holding down sight, except for that Warden playing down below. And didn't bring along the deployable there unless Warden's going to run back up and put it to hold down that hallway that was such a vital part of the hold here. And did he manage to get the drone stuck behind this? Yes, he did. Stuck behind the display case.
Almost able to get away with the drone life, but not quite yet. The persistence and determination of the Warden able to persevere there. Oh, I love it. Okay, back up to the second floor here as we need to see a bit of a miracle for Sheet. And they've got the right ops to do it. They are down all the way in the basement on the Roam game. The Solus, huge. If goes unchecked, could be the play here, the impact play that we're looking for. See if it works out for him, as every single other person is up in that second floor waiting for that potential push.
Yep, waiting for the push. So from the attacker standpoint, still going to work on clearing this downstairs space. They've only got to find that right now, the Solus. Hopefully they can use, the attackers can use the IQ maybe, try and identify where she's playing, a bit of a counter to her gadget directly. So as long as the 2 of them are using it at the same time, they can try and find each other. But she's playing on top of the mute jammer, which I think is going to make that a little bit more difficult. See whether or not, I'd love to see whether or not that completely stops the Deimos if she stays on it longer.
Yeah, look at this, and they are circling each other, and now going to get the drone in to really suss out where the heck this Solus is at, and they put some damage onto her. She gets reduced to that 33 HP, but still alive, so they're going to be able to potentially be an impact player. Does the Deimos charge starts going off, so they're pinging that location exactly as the rotate up to yellow starts to go out, but there it is. Naza yet again finding that opening kill, and that's going to really put some pressure onto the defense here. Now they know everybody else is in sight. They're free to take that real estate and then do... Oh, jeez. Almost finds his life forfeit there on the peak. He's able to get himself back in some relative safety.
That's right. They got to try and find angles here where they're fighting... That's right, fighting where they can hold the alternatives, where they can hold some crosses, take some 2v1s. If you're not winning the ones, try and force a 2v or try and force it on the back of some utility. So it's exactly what this team needs to do. But, oh, was that shots from below? Certainly looked like it. Deimos maybe trying to find some shots up through the floor there in addition to the push-up spiral.
That's right, the LMG, just spray and pray, and it's gonna prayer gonna be answered there, and that's gonna be another one going down, and starts to happen. And Deimos just gonna push in, take the kill on Malusi, and just like that, we are on a match point scenario.
Boy, not just match point, my friend. We are on match point, map point, and series point, and this is it. Lower bracket semifinal point here for La Chispa. They have got the opportunity to win Consulate and move on to the final lower bracket here to take on Alpha Team to try and find a win here and earn that spot in the LATAM South Pro League. Now, Sheet, they have got 3 rounds they have got to win, one more opportunity each round here to try and find a win and force that third map. Otherwise, they are out of the qualifier playoffs and La Chispa moves on. Sheet, it is your time to win, my friends. They're going to try this first floor site as the place to do it.
Yeah, I like the adaptation of going to the first. If it doesn't work on the second, it doesn't work in the basement. You know what? Tersh site it is. And that kind of unsuspected, really, for the scoreline, right? Sheet was looking so great on their attack. So getting into their defense, tied up in the scoreline, thought this really had Sheet's name on it. So a little bit unfortunate if you're a Sheets fan. You got to put your collective vibe together and get them going because, like Whiskey just said, this is it. They've got to win the next 3 perfectly or they are out. I like the frost being utilized here, Whiskey, right? Slow them down. Force them to look at every single bottom of the doorway because this is this is going to be a tough one.
Oh, tough it is. So what is this? What's the attackers bringing? 0. Is this the first time that we've seen 0 played here in the open qualifiers? In LATAM, I feel like it is. I don't know that we've seen him. Maybe once or twice, but bringing out that extra intel here. It's one of the hallmarks I think that La Chispa had. We talked about it as part of the Valk ban. One of the things we were a little worried about for them as they made their way in, not having as much intel, but they're taking advantage of it here on the attack, bringing out the 0 to try and supplement the drones.
Yeah, and it's worked, right? They've got the intel. They're already able to take the frost off the board. So the man advantage on a match point scenario falls in the hands of La Chispa as they start to look towards that basement area, trying to suss out where the heck these 2 roamers went. But they're not going to find anything, right? Roam up top, holding the vertical game because Buck off the board. They're going to hold that vertical game.
There it is, Vinny.
There it is. Takes Danny off the board. That's going to equalize on the body balance. And now feels a little bit better. But they've got these 0 cams just in some really great areas to start to facilitate that push in. It's a shotgun at the top of yellow that's potentially going to find some action there as Reborn gets taken off the board. And now the man advantage does shift into the favor of Sheets here.
That power position, you've got the combination of the Warden, the shotgun, and having the Fenrir trap there, just waiting to blind the attacker as they make the push around the corner. Attackers up on the roof know exactly where he's playing. They know he's playing there, trying to watch out for it, but he doesn't have to push it. He can hang back and just wait for the attackers to push, and the frost mat comes in clutch, potentially here for the defense. Wow, that was huge.
Oh, man. Shotgun rings out as the thing happens. The Warden gonna lose in the battle from the distance onto the Ash. Ah, jeez. Huge plays. Now it's a 3v2 low health scenarios for both the 0 and the Fenrir as these last 38 seconds start to ring out. Now, it's the intel pinging from the Deimos, but they know where he's at as well. Starting to push down that back spiral stairs. Boy, look at this. It is the gunfight for his absolute life. Still playing off of the mirrors. They make their way back into the site, holding on. 18 seconds left. This can become defensive-sided here, defensive favorite if they can just hold on. One more kill to equalize, and they're going to feel real good about these last 10 seconds. But that's the plant starting to go down on the backside of the piano. It's going to be the triple kill that rings out. 6 seconds to do it. They've got to get it. Oh my lord, they're going to go ahead and stick the plant. Mirror's going to be coming around from the backside. Got to find 2 and got to find them in pretty rapid succession. Takes a shot from the back as he starts pushing towards the piano, but it's just not going to be enough. It's too little. It's too late. The CHISPA moving on.
Boy, incredible game there. When we talked about the fact that Sheet finally won that third round was more than they had in their total in the previous game. We thought that was the start of an incredible run. We thought that was going to be the start of the comeback, and unfortunately for that team, they just could not find a way to make it happen. 3 rounds total is all that they were going to find, and it was the first 3. La Chispa answered back in a 7-0 fashion after those first 3 rounds. So boy, the the roller coaster, the pendulum here, just absolutely swinging La Chispa's way. And yeah, they are moving on. So this best of three, my friend, is over, and we are going to get ourselves set up for the next best of three to find out which of these two teams, Alpha Team or La Chispa, is going to qualify for the LATAM Pro League.
Yep, let's go. So sit back, relax, because when we come back, my friends, it's 3 more potential maps. Ayo.
Let's go.
the IT vertical space above storage and do exactly what we would have looked the defense to do during the plant, which is take out the planter or at least get the kill off the back of the Frostman.
For this attacking team, 55 seconds left, and it's all on the shoulders of Badham.
Had the intel, but no. Badger grabbing away. Another. The pokey.
Pokeball Hydra says, I choose you, Joker.
Kiss my ash. You got 0 sense. Your IQ is low.
Did you make that up right now?
Yeah, right now on the spot.
I just want to touch on mental health. If you're feeling out of it,
They put together a hell of a club sandwich. Sledge must have been the bacon because he got fried.
A whiskey! What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We are here with another Siege Double Shot installation here in the LATAM League. And if you're just joining us, missed a best of 3 that only took 2, and we're moving on to the last best of 3 tonight. I'm still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. What you say, Whiskey?
That's right. Welcome, everyone, to the LATAM South Open Qualifier Playoffs. And 2 teams left, and only 1 can remain. There is just 1 spot left, and I want to show you the bracket real quick. How did we get here? We are so close, my friend. We got to see, well, we didn't get to see the Outlast LATAM team lose to La Chispa. Sparks lost to Sheet. We just saw La Chispa take on a 2-0 victory over Sheet there in the lower semifinal. We are on to the lower final today. Only one of these teams can remain. One of them is going to have to go home at the end of this best of 3. Alpha taking on La Chispa. This is the game I know a lot of you were waiting for, and so let's take a look at those 2 teams.
Yeah, so definitely already have seen both of these teams play. On the side of Alpha Team, we watched Martin and Slater just be absolutely incredible on their team gameplay, putting up some huge numbers in the last time that we watched them, even through the loss that happened. So looking to see those 2 get real active. And then, of course, on the other side, the Ace, you watched it.
That's right. Baton, and then Reborn was generally very good across the board for La Chispa. Carried that team, but yeah, the Ace and some multi-kills coming across for this team. They are very, very good. And the maps, my friend, I know the viewers got a little bit of a preview, but here we are to get a chance to take a look at them. Wow, I can't believe some of the picks actually that we're coming back to.
I know, absolutely insane. Nighthaven and Cafe off the board, Lair and Clubhouse to follow it, which means our first map of the day, your fave, we're heading to Chalet, baby. Follow it up with Consulate, where we just watched some incredible gameplay going back and forth. And then, should it be needed, the decider, we head to Aggressive Border. This is quite a lineup.
Especially because we saw these maps, both of these teams play these maps, Consulate and Border, and Alpha was very, very good on Border. This is certainly a map pool, I think, that favors the Alpha team. Now, it's time, though. Game is starting, my friend. We are ready to get into map 1 in the best of 3.
That's right. It's go big or take the proverbial bus ride home, my friends. Let's get into the bands. First one we're going to see off the board is going to be the Brava. I love it, right? Because, man, you see Maestro being played out on Chalet a little bit. All of that extension util that is just so good at stopping the push. Absolutely huge. The next, though, is going to be the Blitz, which is going to leave Monty, Dokkaebi, and Ying still on the table to be utilized here on Chalet.
I know we saw an awful lot of Blitz play from really all of these LATAM teams. We've seen him sprinkled in more often, but it's interesting, right? If Blitz is, if Monty is banned, you play the Blitz. If Blitz is banned, play the Monty. I think that is really going to, again, play into the favor of this Alpha team. And boy, it's one of the things. Brazil used to be known for playing the Monty, playing the shields, even when it wasn't the meta. And now that they've even become stronger, I think that's going to be a huge boost to have Monty available. So see whether or not he's worth it on Chalet, certainly. So it's the big question going into first floor site. Welcome everyone to the
Attackers need
map
to locate
1
and
here
defuse as many
in this
bombs as
best
they
of
can.
3.
Yeah. Next two bands off the board also,
Attackers
just to
have
get into the
located a bomb.
defensive part of it, is going to be the Valkyrie band. Very standard for Chalet, right? A lot of places to utilize that C4, and of course the intel being huge for some of the flanking potential, and of course, you know, watching where the push is coming from. But the other one, and I can't believe we're seeing it again. My castle is gone. He is just too powerful. He stops sets the pace so effectively that we're just not going to be seeing him played
10 seconds
yet
left.
again. And I both love and hate that. I love that Castle's getting the recognition
5
as
seconds
being
remaining.
one of those go-to operators who can really be a game determiner. But I hate that he's
Attackers are heading
gone.
out to defuse a bomb.
I wanted some LATAM Castle strats.
Yeah, that's interesting. So looking back when we cast Chalet in the Outlast versus Sheet game, Castle got banned there. So both of these, even though neither of those two teams playing here, he was the ban on Chalet. So it's very interesting that that was going to be the one. And I know I can't believe how much overlap we're seeing. To me, it seems like teams are very, very comfortable with these 3 maps, with how much that we got to see them between Sunday and today. This map pool seems to be a definite favorite of the LATAM teams.
I love the Warden hanging out in the library corner. Going to really make it difficult to find that push in to claim that verticality, and also going sight over, right? There's going to be a ton of play towards this master bedroom area. So Azami, who has been banned out an incredible amount of time, is going to be able to be utilized here. And on Chalet, that can be quite huge.
Oh, seeing how this is starting to shape up, and wow, CHISPA answering back with some of that, I guess, aggressive forward play, the run-up play that we were seeing from Sheet. You know, carrying some of that forward with the soulless run-out down there from Trench. It's one of the things that we're going to talk about here from Alpha was they were on the defense very, very heavy roam game. They played a very heavy roam across all of the maps that we see them play. I think that's why it's important that you have got the Dokkaebi available, right? Rather get rid of the Blitz rather than the Dokkaebi, because I think this was going to be a team that wanted to do roam clear and spend the operators and the utility on it.
So the Grim Beasts start going out as they put some pressure on to Malusi. She is going to find her life forfeit, at least getting down. They push up and try to put some pressure onto the Azami as well, holding on to the blue stair here, and she's backed off towards the back end of it. A couple of shots that ring through, but the body balance is going to sit in favor of Alpha here as they try to find the answer back, and there it is as Ragnar gets taken off the back board. Now put this into a 4-4. The Bee's still there, but holding on to the angle, gonna find one. A second to go down, now puts us into a 4v2. 38 still left on the board as they're just gonna start making their way back down to site to hold on and bunker down, really.
Yep, they can afford to take the time and head back down. 25 seconds left. Boy, take this one home. You got the mirror window still set up, still a little defensive assets here, and one less attacker.
2 less attackers. Gonna find the double with the Vector as it rings out and claims 2 lives onto Slater and onto Martin, the heroes of the last match that we got to watch. And that's gonna find the defense catching their first, even after losing that opening pick.
Well, finding a way to convert. I think certainly for me, Chalet, defensive-sided map, so not ultimately unexpected to see the defense win, but just good answer back there from that team managing this Alpha team that I think felt to me like they played a little bit better on the defensive side of the map than they did on the attack side. So
Protect your bombs from being
see how that
defused by
plays
attackers.
out over the course of this map. CHISPA certainly warmed up as well, right? They're coming off of the best of 3 win. Alpha had to sit and watch all of that here on stream, so they got to see it. But maybe, were they spending some time watching rather than warming up? That could play into this a little bit as well.
That's right, and as we get farther along, the more games we start to play here in a row,
Attackers have
that
located
will
a
start to
bomb.
put some fatigue out, right? You'll start to make some of those small mistakes, and Alpha Team really good at exploiting
10
those
seconds left
mistakes. So
before
we'll see if
insertion.
that's going to be the case here. We are going to see kind of a
5
similar
seconds to go.
lineup here on the side of the defense. The only really change up being the
Attackers
Cade
are
and
heading
the
out to
Legion.
defuse a bomb.
So dedication to making sure that breach doesn't get opened up, and then the slowdown capabilities of the goo mine. On the side of the attack, going for that verticality ram on the board, and that's one of the plays that I love, right? Very fish in a barrel once you start to put the pressure onto the people in the basement.
Wow, that was a really late window open there from the defense. This Naza, I mean, opening up 2 of those windows so close to the attackers making the push up, and just a second later, and that probably would have been an attacker kill because he didn't really commit to the peek out the window. Just opened the window, looked around a little bit, but the attacker had that ACOG trained on the hole, ready and pinging it out. So I feel like we're seeing Vigil being just a little bit aggressive here. Well, absolutely, with the jump out to go along with what I was just about to say.
Yep. So
Wow.
you got the pressure putting on from the Solarium window. First minute has gone by, and there's been a lot of faux action, right? A lot of almost close calls to some engagement, but nothing really out of the gate yet. And there's Vigil going to try to get active with Boss G as the Grimbees come out. They're trying to put the pinch onto him, looking for that rotate potentially back up the stairs here. He's a 30 HP. Going to have to play life here.
This is just what we talked about. This alpha team focusing on the roam clear, for sure an important part of getting Siege ready for the execute, but that seemed to be something that was really important to the alpha team. They were certainly spending a lot of time and energy trying to clear out the Vigil, right? Naza was still playing on the solar stairs. They had Grimbees, they had the Dokkaebi calls going out, all trying to clear him off, and eventually they did, but more than half the round was gone in that time wasting. They didn't lose any bodies though in the fight. That was huge from that perspective. Vigil, you know, the attacking team able to survive the onslaught right up until then.
Yep, and that's going to be another kill for Ragnar as they find themselves way up in the man advantage now. Can really take their time here. Well, not really. I mean, 45 seconds left. Still plenty of time in the 3-minute realm, but going to have to start to make a move here. Opens up the hatch, going to put himself on the rotate around down to trench. Still have some of that.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Well, I mean, they've got all of the first floor now, right? Both defenders rotating back down, and it's the open sesame strat as they just get every single wall open, trying to put that crossfire in place.
Yep, I'd like...
Down, they're going to find the shot on Blue Whiskey. That's going to be a zombie taken down. It's now a 4v1 as the plant starts to go down, and they're going to take it. Gas Pro with the double.
Gas Pro was one of those other names we were saying a lot on Sunday, helping carry this alpha team through, and I mentioned his name earlier during that first best of 3. Because he was top of mind. He's going to be one of the ones that is helping carry this team forward. And I like the extension that La Chispa had from a defensive perspective upstairs in the kitchen to hold over wine. Love seeing that, seeing the mirror as well. But this the La Chispa team really sort of came from the backside, didn't really focus on the fireplace push, not on the snowmobile side. They sort of avoided all of that. So that wasn't as an effective hold. So maybe we'll see that adapt from the defense if basement is played again, or whether or not alpha will completely change up the strat and change the way that one's being played. But one thing for certain here, continue to see the mirror being played on most of these sites. She's got a real stronghold as part of the way that Chalet is played out in the current meta. So much so that we saw the last time, I believe, I have to go back and check, but the last time we saw Chalet played, Mira was banned as a part of that.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Absolutely. So, yeah, I kind of... Basement's a tough one, right? Because it is so default, and there is so many ways to attack it, right? Trench, blue, garage, hatch play, opening up from the lobby with the ram, coming down the main staircase, snowmobiles. I mean, like, it just goes on and on and on. So as a defensive site, I think it's a little bit tougher to facilitate, and Alpha Team showed it, right? They opened up everything, took out the roam game, and were able to come away with their round win, tying us up into a 1-1. So back up onto the first floor now, and seeing a little bit of a change-up as the 2 are out going to be utilized here. Ooh, there's the first kill. Martin gonna find the entry onto Reborn. That's gonna be the Legion. Not only is that a good kill because gun great, operator great, gadget great, but it's gotta have those charges, right? It takes time to get those goos out. So some of those points that would be covered by those Legion's goos, not gonna be the case this time.
And an important part of this La Chispa team, right? There was a couple times he was the last man alive, and it was that first one into double digits on that first map. So just an important part of the team from an execution strategy perspective as well, just keeping himself alive. So yeah, like you said, huge call to be to lose that initially. And look at this, opening up the wall. They know they've got a defender just on the other side of the wall, but boy, that Mav line a little bit at an angle, and no, they're going to lose one, almost two, and that Tubrow's sitting there waiting and ready. Now they can't open up any more lines. That wall is going to stay closed unless they can get Ace up there to try and do it, but not going to be those little peek holes that Mav might have been able to bring out and use.
So looking to find another kill as Tubarão is on that 3 HP and a dream. And they've got him sussed out, right? They know that he's in there still holding. So it's going to try to facilitate something from the back end of it. No head holes to be had here. So he's going to be able to remain for a moment. And that is going to be the Tubarão gone. That puts us now into a 4v3. 47 starts to be the countdown here as the pressure starts to get on. It's jump out and handle easily.
No.
As he just takes a quick flick over and now to start open up into the site from the main lobby area, and that's going to be an answer back. They get the down onto the Azami into a 3v1. Starts to feel a little bit difficult here for LaChispa as he does get the Deimos pinging his location exactly. So the homies know, right? And there's the double goo that goes off, going to be starting to slow him down. The plant, they're going to force him to retake back into sight.
I can't believe with the Deimos, I'm actually a little surprised that they didn't push Miro a little bit harder while the Deimos drone was active. You had all of that intel, assuming that giving good comms, knowing exactly where Miro is at, could have easily tried to make the push up, put her under a little bit more pressure, I think, especially because you had in a 3v1 scenario when she only knew the location of Deimos, but through some good comms, they should know exactly where she was at from multiple players. So Alpha playing that one well, even though maybe they could have finished her off a little bit sooner. Eventually, they do get the round win. So they're going to go back to that bar gaming scenario here, La Chispa, and hopefully they can try and find a way to hold on to this one a little bit better.
Yeah, I don't know about pushing the mirror, right? They got the call that she was off-site, so they were able to get the plant down, right? Just go into the objective base. No need to feed them those 1v1s. Wait for them
That's
to push
true.
in,
That's true.
and then just get the heck on out of there, my friend. So I like the call here. We're gonna keep it similar though. Right? Azami, Mira, going to be played almost every round. Malusi, going to be seeing just about every round. And with the Brava being off the board, those are going to remain more intact and force you to either utilize some gadgetry to get it taken care of, or do it the old-fashioned way, the traditional gunplay.
Yep, that's right. Try and find a way to just win with the gun, and certainly both of these teams could do that. We were saying it's one of the things we talked a lot about in that last series was La Chispa was just hitting all of their shots. It was like, especially in that first map, it almost seemed like it was unfair the way that they were winning those shots over and over and over in those ones, to the point where it seemed like it forced Sheets to take on a little bit of a different play structure with, more of those crosses set up, trying to force 2v1s, trying to force those players out with utility. So if any of that magic is starting to be lost here as they're taking on Alpha, especially against a drone that doesn't even have the zoomies yet, this could be a little bit of a detriment here to the La Chispa team.
Yeah, no kidding. Does get sussed out, but he's gonna stay in the basement. He's gonna force that down onto the blue hallway, and just missing every single drone. They have got the jump capabilities, able to find it that time, but location is revealed, so the main lobby gets opened up. They start to put some pressure on from a couple different directions here, specifically towards this Azami, who's got a dangerous Kiva barrier set up. Really going to force you to push in and clear her out of that critical top mez location.
I mean, I really like that as the alternative to using the deployable top mez to try and watch out for the window that you had up there. And it's going to make it a little bit harder for Flores to clear out all of that utilities because he's going to have to use multiple. She had him spaced out far enough that he wasn't going to be able to get one drone up to try to clear both of them out like you might be able to do with the deployable shield in that spot.
Yep. Okay, minute 15 left on the board, and there's going to be the first engagement, and it's going to go in the double fashion, taking both the Thermite and the Iona off the board. It's that Vector. It's absolutely devastating, right? And I mean, it did it. It did the trick. Put himself on a 6-2 in his KD right now, just having a phenomenal game. So now all they got to do is hold out for the last 53 seconds. Don't throw bodies, and lean in to the trade game, especially because you still got some verticality. Both Warden and Azami up top holding, making sure that you're not going to be able to plant comfortably. A couple of flashes going in, trying to make them move towards the back end, and that is going to be the bait as they're going to take Ragnar off the board. And there's the first answer back as Slater's finally able to stop the flow of bleeding, but it came at a cost, right? And that's going to, jeez. They are going to find Slater down below, and it's now all the pressure going to be put onto IQ, who's just going to say, here, have yourself a trip.
Well, I mean, when you said they don't need to throw bodies, I'm thinking, no, this is La Chispa. This is a team that we have seen absolutely throw bodies at the situation, including runouts, including in situations where maybe they shouldn't, and that's exactly what they did. And for sure, they had a big enough man advantage that it wasn't putting themselves in any real danger, but Haste and Reborn able to find those final two, that's for sure a big deal. Reborn, you know, like we talked about, one of the main players early, not really being super impactful at this point, but had to talk about Haste just going crazy right now at 7-2, and one of the most impactful players right now for La Chispa. Alpha's going to need to find a way to deal with him if they're going to make sure that they absolutely lock it down. But certainly this is their pick, so La Chispa choosing to start on defense here. This is the Alpha team's pick, so we know that they are good on Chalet. We saw them win it, so this is one they're going to have to watch out for.
Absolutely. And, yeah, back down to the basement. I don't know if I like the call, Whiskey. You know, it's just such a devastating sight, and they're bringing all the operators to make it incredibly useful. Potentially not going for that open up on the snowmobile and onto the trench, potentially leaning into some hatch play here and then get themselves on a quiet entry somewhere else. Either way, it's back down to basement. They're going to invest in the roam game. Vigil, though, going to be back in the garage for a little bit of the rat play.
They had a drone down there, though, so I don't think he's... I don't think he is down there with no information. I'm pretty sure that this team knows that he's there. They just have to find him, but that was maybe a little bit of a missed drone. They had a pre-place that he was able to clear out. He was able to get down there while his ability was active. Maybe he did survive it, but I'm wondering whether or not they misdroned him down there.
Well, he's already made his way back up to Wet Lane, so he was for sure able to get out as he's going to try to hold on to this, Solarium stairs, pushing up, trying to take the engagement here. The Grimbees start to go off to try to reveal his location, but look at this, he's already moved yet again and made his way into the bathroom to look towards that back area. Huge. Now Solus has been reduced to that 71 HP, and the flashes start to ring out. Some pressure on the piano is going to find Danny and take him off the board, stop part of that roam game. Still got 3 left, though, right? K the only one sitting down in sight. So still a dedication and investment into holding on to this roam game. And now we're seeing Legion rotate up the stairs, potentially to find himself a couple of kills on the jump in.
I thought we were going to see a run out there playing on the solar repel. I mean, you had... Vigil had it all set up. They had it set and ready. He used the impact to try and open it up. But it was a bit of a distraction, and it ended up not going for the run out and just holding on, waiting, being a little bit patient. He's able to take out the Dokkaebi top west instead. I think that was a good trade. And La Chispa right now looking a little bit better on this. Even though it's basement end, I know you talked about how sometimes it can be a difficult site to defend. Right now, they're looking better.
Yeah, well, I mean, difficult site to defend if you're inside. But
Bomb
ooh,
diffuser has been dropped.
the triple kill ringing out as now the Vigil is on pace for the ace as they start to put the pressure on from the backside. Yeah, not difficult if you're doing a great job at holding up on where those potential push points are going to be coming from. And that's going to be a double kill that rings out as they're able to find 2. Defense able to take it.
So one of the things, and if you're just joining us, again, welcome everyone to the LATAM South Open Qualifier Playoffs. We're in the lower final here at this point, lower bracket final, to determine which one of these two teams is going to earn their spot in the Pro League Stage 2 that is about to start for the Montreal Major. But when we saw Alpha play during the games on Sunday, there was sort of two big things, and one of them we talked about was heavy investment in roam game on defense, and then on attack was also playing a little bit slower, right? Especially in terms of the execute. They were a slow to set up the execute team. And sometimes it seemed like it was taking a little bit too long. We had some scenarios where looked like they had everything in place or ready and just did not get the execute done in time. And that caused two things, right? Either a little bit of a panic at the end or just straight not having enough time, even though it was being controlled. So right now it seems like La Chispa is taking a little bit of advantage of that, playing a little bit aggressively, taking advantage of the fact that Alpha was playing a little bit slow, you know, using some of these, having that Vigil go around and around and around, taking shots. And look at this, getting ready for another run out as well. I think they're taking advantage of Alpha's a little bit slower, methodical play. We're going to see whether or not that works across multiple rounds, but so far it's going.
Yeah, and that is the big thing too, right? Is if you're being slow and methodical, you've got a plan for it, right? Even though you're being slow, you're getting set up. So the fact that the Vigil is just all over the board, putting all of this ghost pressure on, and making them miss, making them guess to where he's going to be coming at on the next part, is going to keep doing that very thing. It's going to keep slowing them down, even if it doesn't amount to Vigil to kill. We're already a minute off the board, and they have not got it all located, and a bunch of drones, of course, have been utilized here.
Yeah, that's right. They've got a couple that are left, but man, Vigil again making this. Oh, he was gonna go for the run out as well, waiting for the jump in there on library window. No, I thought he was gonna go for the run out and maybe catch the repeller, but was able to get back in time, and jump in during the Boss G reload. Man, we have talked about that so many times that gun is devastating, but the one disadvantage is the 2-shot meta. All you can do is fire 2 and you have to reload, so sometimes that K1A comes in handy. That was one of those situations.
Yep, absolutely. Now, he is going to find a kill, however, as the jump-in starts to happen, takes the ace off the board, so the body balance gets equalized here. Low health for both Nomad and the Bandit. I love the Nomad call here. I'd like to say maybe a Gridlock 2 or something, not 2. Instead of. I just like that operator a lot for that flank watch, and it gives you quite a few more areas in which to facilitate that. But it's great because we know Vigil going to be absolutely everywhere, so the potential to be caught off by an air jab, absolutely huge. 60 seconds on the board as his pressure starts to mount here for the attack team. Just throwing a couple of flashes. Somehow he doesn't get flashed in that, which is going to be able to allow him to take the swing, but the double kill going to ring out as he gets his head ripped off. So now into a 4v3 as the Legion Goo inside of the Nomad. Going to slow that down a little bit. It's Naza to find a second kill as he's getting active. Danny to answer also. And Danny to find a double. And just like that, it's all going to be onto the Thatcher as La Chispa is looking to take their standard 4-2 on the split. Legion Goo goes out, does build locations, going to take free fire onto it. And that's an L85 to claim Danny's life. And now into a 1v2. Both of them sitting in the dining area, one in the hallway, one in the actual room itself, but 12 seconds left, and he's going to have to get himself in and get ready for the plant behind the chassis, looking for a kill to equalize here before he starts to get it going. No choice but to take the swing And it's going to work out as Naza going to find the quad piece on the ramp.
I was going to say another 4K for him, going crazy on the vigil there. Unbelievable. Great play. And there's one thing that I wanted to point out there was we were watching that round. You had the Twitch drone in sight downstairs and had the time and took a look at the bandit battery, but didn't use the charge to shoot one of them. And we switched off from the Twitch drone at that point, not sure, but both of those bandit batteries were still active in keeping that wall protected all the way through. To me, that felt like a symptom of what we were talking about. Alpha moving just a little bit too slow on the utility clear. They had an opportunity to clear some of it. Yeah, a lot of the action was happening upstairs, but if you're going to use the hard breach to try and open up both the top mez, the top mez main breach and that fireplace main breach, you had to get the bandit batteries off. You had to get the breach denial off to be able to get the wall open. Why not use the Twitch at that point? Didn't look like there was some other important piece of util that they were trying to clear. It just says is indicative to me of that little bit of a too slow play, and I think La Chispa taking advantage of it, making it work for them. So now get to see how though Alpha is going to handle their defense of Chalet. And look at that spread out. You've got first floor, 2F, a lot of first floor. You've only got just the Tubrel and the bandit downstairs on site.
Yeah, interesting setup as they choose to go basement first, and because he wasn't banned out, you're going to see him. It's the Monty. They're already going to be putting some pressure onto the Legion as they make their way to that mudroom area. Looks like he was able to rotate himself out to the gaming area. So a little bit of safety, but he does get the call that the Monty is going to be utilized here. Huge as they're starting to just slow them down. Now, we know that La Chispa can get really aggressive on it, and just like that, they're going to start moving down. Don't be take a little bit of damage. Is going to find their life forfeit as the Cade sniper shot going to ring out with some verticality. Huge play there, and there it is. Look, Run, that was your half-wall split that you like so much.
Yep, it just makes it a dangerous situation for the attackers to try and make the push up exactly for that reason. So here, and the Monty, we talked about that being an interesting pick with the Blitz being banned. Sometimes that question is, which one of these operators is it going to be? Which one of the operators is going to make if you're going to play the shield? If you ban out Monty, we see a lot of Blitz play because Monty is banned, but really I think the teams prefer to play him rather than Blitz. So the fact that they banned out Blitz maybe works to their advantage.
Yeah. You might be absolutely right. Does bring the impact EMPs, so they're going to be able to start to get that wall. Are going to be there to help facilitate that. A bunch of shots though onto the bandits, but he's not going to be able to stop it. The bandit charge not going to be able to be utilized as the Monty makes his way down down the main staircase. The intel, the C4 is going to do some damage, but not going to amount to a kill as he's only reduced to that 64 HP. 53 seconds as the Deimos going to put some pressure onto that closet area. Deimos gone. C4 gotcha. Now it's a 4v3 and the defense starting to feel pretty good about this last 41 seconds. Push down into blue. Legion Goo going to reveal the location. He's going to have to pull his shield out to get it, and they're going to go down. It's going to be another shot as the refrag happens, putting us into a 3-3. Technically, Whiskey a 3-2. 29 seconds left.
Whoa.
And just like that. Boom, boom, Legion Goo.
But yeah, that was the Monty had gone down from having the goo in his ankle, but there was no way for his teammate to try and recover him in the blue hallway. He was under fire. Just a late push, a late, trying to get that whole thing together, and the defense holds on. They make it work. Alpha going up with that third win finally. So now bringing it a little bit closer. La Chispa's got to be extra aggressive, and here it is. They're going to bring out the Monty again, or at least showing it here. So what's Alpha team going to bring in response, assuming that they think La Chispa wants to bring out the shield again? I like the combination of the Frost plus the Legion, right? Bring out some extra trap ops, and then combine that with the mute to deny some of this La Chispa intel. I think that's also a great call.
And look at that, bringing out the gridlock. Love it. Great call. Whoever said that is a genius, my friend. On the side of the defense, though, you've heard us talk about it if you've ever watched the Siege Double Shot before. One of the things that we like to keep track of is how often the Frost has been brought if we're watching a chalet. And I'm telling you, we're at like 100% of the time. I can't say that confidently. We'll say 99% of the time when you play on chalet, Frost is going to be brought at least once. And I think it's the play here, especially with that Monty to be utilized. Absolutely huge.
Yep, great call. Gonna slow them down enough, right? If Alpha likes to have the that wide open play, the heavy roam game, not just extensions, but like heavy roam. Add in the trap ops too, so that way they can try and slow this team down, take advantage of some of those. And big investment here from a utility perspective in holding the top blue stairs again. From the attacking side, though, we didn't talk about him. The other one we see often is the Flores, but the combination of the Wamai discs plus the Mute Jammer on that shield is going to make it really difficult to try and take that down. So the attackers are going to have to commit a lot of utility to try and clear that out, and they need that space. They need that upstairs control to have a shot here at Bar Gaming.
Absolutely. So the global gadget of Finca going to ring out and give everybody a little dose of that health as they start to make the push in and take some of this first floor real estate. The Deimos is going off, right? They've got the location, knows that at least one of them is sitting in sight. Solus reduced to that 69 HP inside of the bar. Might have been who that they were targeting. Start to see those Flores drones come out and put some pressure onto that deployable shield so that the Monty can make his way and start to claim some of this vertical space. A fun way to deal with that blue shield for sure.
Yep, just push up and then fight behind the shields, your own walking shield here. And yeah, there the nades coming out, able to burn through some of those Wamai discs and then use the nade finally to clear it. But Wamai definitely not backing down. I mean, he was continuing to push up in the face of that shield and try and gain some of that, right? You can still see he's playing library stairs. Only now is he making the rotate back down into the basement. And I don't know whether or not Deimos knows that they've got him. Certainly the defenders knew Deimos was down there. It's the two sides of that coin. The attackers and the defenders both know where each of those players are.
Yep, and that's right. So they're going to take the kill onto the Deimos and onto the Frost as the man advantage sits in favor of nobody, but getting themselves ready and set up for the execute. A couple of shots onto the closet, not going to amount to anything, but the push up through blue. Do they know that he is sitting still inside of that mudroom area? We'll find out. Let's see if he's going to be able to capitalize on it. Goose ring out, and Monty now makes his way inside. The pressure starting to come on, and Danny with the disconnect. That's tough. Puts us into a 3-3 as the LMG from Finca rings out and takes Ragnar. A second as Reborn finds one, and now the pressure really starting to be put on for the defense. 2 seconds left, and the plant is starting to go down. The shot up top on the hat.
Way!
He is able to find it, but they are just got the crossfires set up and ready. The CHISPA looking really good on that round.
Holy cow, my friend. Yeah, the slow push for Monty all the way across that map, right? He covered a ton of space. I think jumping in through the trophy window, making his way all the way across the kitchen, fighting downstairs, just covering tons of real estate for him. So the fact that they were able to make that work, I think we're going to continue to see him played and question whether or not Blitz was the right call here. I don't know that Blitz is not nearly as successful in general on the shield play, I think, as Monty is. So that one is going to feel like a question mark from a ban perspective that Alpha might be rethinking as we roll into the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, one disconnected from the lobby. So you know what that means. It wouldn't be live Siege without some live Siege issues. We're going to get a map in here, and we're going to get back to map number 1 in this best of 3 bangers. So sit back, relax, because when we come back, it's the stunning conclusion to the first map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We come to you with some tragic news, my friend. Tell them what's going on, Mr. Whiskey.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of the players on La Chispa had a tech issue and went past the 10 minutes rule in the Blast R6 regulations for pause. So unfortunately, it's going to be a map forfeit for La Chispas, and Team Alpha is going to get the map 1 win. They were down 5-3 when the player dropped, and unfortunately just not able to rejoin in time. So we're going to see a Team Alpha map 1 win. And we're going to take a quick break again and get ourselves set up for map 2, and hopefully that player is back and ready, all of his tech issues resolved as we get set up for that map 2, because this is a best of 3 for the spot in Pro League, and we would hate for it to be resolved in that kind of way. But unfortunately, rules are rules. So map 1 going to Team Alpha. We're going to take that break, get set up for map 2. Hopefully goes better for them.
That's right. A little bit of Consulate coming your way. The consolation prize is that Consulate is next, my friend. And we're going to be bringing that to you just as soon as that lobby is set up. So sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're bringing you the second map. Heyo.
Let's go.
the IT vertical space above storage and do exactly what we would have looked the defense to do during the plant, which is take out the planter or at least get the kill off the back of the crossman.
For this attacking team. 55 seconds left, and it's all on the shoulders of Badif.
Had the intel, but no. Badger grabbing another. The pokey.
Pokeball Hydra says, I choose you, Joker.
Kiss my ash. You got 0 cents. Your IQ is low.
Did you make that up right now?
Yeah, right now on the spot.
I just want to touch on mental health. If you're feeling out of it,
They put together a hell of a club sandwich. Sledge must have been the bacon because he got fried.
A whiskey! What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. A bit of a long tech pause there as we were struggling and fighting to get that last player back in to the lobby so we didn't have to have that forfeit loss, which was so devastating for map number 1. We're on to map number 2. It's Consulate here in this best of 3. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. What you think, Whiskey?
Oh, you said it. Devastating, my friend. Could not believe La Chispas was up in that Chalet map 3-5, and unfortunately the tech issues, players not able to get back in under that 10-minute time limit, and it was a forfeit map. That's why Alpha took a 1-map lead so far, and we're going to go into map 2, though, Consulate, and La Chispa went into Consulate and won it just a few hours ago at this point, which feels like a really long time ago, versus Sheet, and did very well on this map. So looking forward to see what they're going to be able to do versus Alpha Team here. The game is ready. We're going to send it, man. We made it. Let's go.
Let's go. Okay, folks, it's Consulate, and if you were with us earlier, you watched La Chispa play this, and it was a great match, right? It started out with a 3-0 on the side of Sheets, and then it was a dominant-sided, dramatic ending, 7 rounds in a row to take it. Absolutely huge game. Now, the big thing here, Alpha Team going to have a little bit of insight onto how La Chispa plays this. So we're going to see some of the bands come through. Buck going to be the first one. And honestly, no surprise on that now.
I mean, no surprise, but kind of surprising that we see Buck banned again. And this time it was again Alpha banning Buck. So La Chispa banned Buck the previous time. Now Alpha doing it. So interesting that that's the way it's going to work out here. Like 2 different teams banning Buck.
It makes sense, right? All of the soft breach that's on this map, it just makes sense as a ban if you're not afraid or if you're not wary of the Dokkaebi and the Ying to be utilized, right? If you've got some strat for that, then the Buck is a great ban to get off the board. Monty to follow it because obviously such an impactful player on the last one, going to make them and force them to use Blitz instead. Azami going to be the follow-up, and then Mira, say goodbye.
Mira, we talked about Mira being such an important part of all of these these operators, these players, and these sites, right? She was going to be the one that we were wondering, oh no, did we just lose the player again?
Oh no, that is the same player.
Danny, no.
Danny, no!
No.
Don't do this to us, our friend. We made it in. It's time. You're playing for the biggest stage of your life, and I'm sure you're feeling all of the pressure right now, especially with that DC yet again. Unfortunate, man. Unfortunate.
Holy cow. Yeah, I was going to say Mira, really important part of this this map, but wow, just absolutely derailed my train of thought and could absolutely derail this entire match.
Cluster cams.
Oh.
Okay. Well, I guess we're going to try this one more time, my friend. One more quick break, and hopefully this is getting that problem solved. Geez, it's just heartbreaking, right? These players have put so much time and effort to making it this far, only to have an internet issue or something like that to take them out of it. I'm really hoping he can get himself back in because this promises to be an incredible game should we get the chance to play it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll go ahead and pull up the bracket just so that way, if you're just joining us, if you have stuck with us, again, thank you very much for being a part of the stream, supporting the LATAM region at this point. Oh man, La Chispas has fought so hard, right? They have fought all the way through lower quarterfinals. They took down the North America team that we were, joined up to support here. Outlast going down. They fought through and beat Sheet, who had come through the lower bracket, and now onto this final spot. Crazy that that hopefully get them back. So, oh wait, production, did we just hear that he is back?
He's back starting.
Oh, my friend, this is it. He's back.
Okay, so we did it. He's back. We're in. We're going. It's time. It's Consulate, and it is for all of the money. Alpha team, they win one more. They are there. They did it. The CHISPA put on the back foot. We're going to see what they're going to bring to the table.
You know what it was is I didn't send it to break. I said, let's hang on, let's play, let's hold on, go look at the bracket, don't send it to break. That was it. I mean, we broke the production curse by keeping it alive. And wow, what a great feeling it is to have all 5 members in. If you're a La Chispa fan, cross your fingers, hold on, pray that they stay in the lobby, and we get to see a complete game of Consulate to determine the best team in the LATAM South Open Qualifier playoffs.
Yep. Okay. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Defense to start it. Going to take it down to the basement. Kind of got to go back and forth on your primary and secondaries for this one, right? But already some fun operators to be utilized here. Maestro going to be on the board, and Flash, interesting pick. Really going to be setting into some of that pace-setting operator play. On the side of the attack, got a counter strat for it. It is the Brava going to try to take some of those cams. Ram to open up the floor. Your entry, of course, going to be on Ash, and then Maverick going to be the sole point of breach here, maybe with a little bit of Ash backup once they get that done. But I like it, right? It's a good, strong attack. They're going to send out a C4 and try to take him off the board, and it's going to do it. Only one way to run, and he's going to run directly into it, as Slater's going to take that first kill and take the Maverick off the board, which also means that is going to stay closed on the breach, my friend.
The breach going to stay closed. Yeah, that's unfortunate, and don't they have anything else to deal with it? They got the Ash charge, but not going to be able to open up the hard breach. Can openers?
I mean, yeah, sure. If they can get the Cade Claw off of it. That was, of course, what the Maverick was going to be brought for, is to be able to open out without having to use those EMPs. So no longer. Going to rely on that vertical game now to start to open up above the floor, put some pressure on, put some pressure onto that clash, and they're really going to have to lean into this one too. Was the Brava effective? We saw one of the Kludge drones go out, but I think it got taken out before it was able to grab the Maestro cams and came down that bottom of the spiral. So we see some pressure being put on here from Yellow as they hope to find kind of an answering pick here. The clash is closed. Oh, not going to happen. Headshot's going to ring out from Martin as the confidence starts to switch into the favor of Alpha Team. And they now take that man advantage 5-3 as they're getting the hatches opened up.
Yep, going to use those can openers instead to focus on the hatches rather than that main breach. You called it out. Tough to deal with when the Cade Claw is still in place. And I love the Ram in this site. I mean, you talk about there's a couple places where Ram and those boogie drones come in handy. Basement site on Consulate is certainly one of them. That first floor hold, there's so much breachable above. You saw those drones opening up all of this vertical space. And Martin going to get another. Ouch. Yeah, Ram is still alive, but she's got to stay alive and get a couple kills to try and get her way down to that basement floor, though. So right now looking very good for Alpha.
Wait for the prone drop. That's going to give Martin a third, and now the pressure being put onto the staircases. Even with the flash, they're going to find it, and they're going to find it flawlessly. Oh, jeez, he can't even see. How does he even do that?
That's a great question, my friend. You know, when we have these player DCs, I think one of the things that always ends up happening is that the team that's dealing with the DC player or the tech issue really like ends up using that time in sort of a panicked state, right? You're not focused on the game, you're not focused on talking as a team. You know, maybe some of the players are, but it's not the same as like a true tech pause or a tactical pause. But on the other hand, the team that does not have any tech issues, that's sitting 5 in a lobby, that's ready, they can use that absolutely as very much a tactical pause, time for them to work together, think and work it out. I think this is even if you have all 5 players in for La Chispa for the entire game at this point, Alpha is coming in with a bit of an advantage there with using all of that extra time, almost 20 minutes basically, focused on getting ready for this map. And I think we might see that play forward. Now, of course, they are on defense. Great place to start if you're one of the favored teams here. So I think they've got a lot of that going for them. La Chispa is certainly on the back foot, and they're going to have to work extra hard, I think, and try and get better than that standard split rolling into the second half here of this map.
Yeah, absolutely, and the mental game that's being had out, right? It's devastating to be able to have that first loss going to a forfeit, and that can start to play into it, right? And they've got the fatigue going on. They've been playing all day at this point. We've been streaming for almost 4 hours, you know, and that has been a lot of La Chispa play. So, you know, the mistakes can happen when the pressure mounts and when the time starts to stretch out. So we'll see if they're going to be able to answer to it. They're going to start by opening up that breach, and I like the adaptation that they brought into it's back to the 0, right? We saw that be incredibly effective in being able to get rid of some of that gadget util and, of course, suss out where the heck those defenders are sitting for easy pre-fires. Go up and take the top. We're going to start to see some of that in play here. There's 4 members up there, only 1 down actually in sight.
Yeah, wow. 4 players upstairs in that second floor. We talked about, and if you're just joining us again, welcome everyone to this LATAM Open Qualifier Playoff. We're trying to find which of these teams is going to be the last one to make it in and qualify for the Latin America Pro League. Now, the question is, we talked about Alpha being very much a roam-heavy team. We saw that on Sunday when they played against Outlast and some of the other teams, and they've continued to do that here on Chalet and now again on Consulate. They love the roam. They love playing very much spread out, and the advantage that La Chispa's got coming into this map is they saw it on Chalet. They should be expecting it and hopefully are adapting their attacking playstyle to match that.
Absolutely. So, gonna find the first kill as it does get traded out. Solus and IQ taken off the board, but still got that heavy presence on the roam, and that's gonna be Naza to find the next kill onto Slater, which does take the body balance to La Chispa here as the clock starts to tick down. 60 seconds left as the Deimos ping goes off and puts a little bit of pressure onto the Legion as he knows he's in that doorway, looking to catch him on a pre-fire or something, right? They've got to find one to equalize here, or going to start to play out into the attack so they can get themselves down for a plant. Still the only one on site, so if they take him down, they're going to have free space to get in and get an exit. Oh!
A little bit of a jump scare there for the caster as well. Nice one. Grabs a good shot there, but yeah, 3-3. Still got 25 seconds left. Boy, the nades coming out, the shots happening, and a double from Ragnar. Holy cow, with 20 seconds left. He wants to walk this thing into the end.
Yep, Lisa's got the LMG. Enough bullets to kill them all, but unfortunate, they've got the top still alive and well and not going to be able to push in through that doorway. Huge, right? Couldn't get rid of that 2F location, so just tried to make a push for site. Didn't play out, and Alpha Team going to find their second round in a row on the defense.
Oh, boy. Continuing to hold that second floor, continuing to hold the extended roam game upstairs. Like we talked about, La Chispa needs to be adapting the play style to match that. And yeah, you had, the time is running out. You got 20 seconds left. You can't focus on clearing out the top floor anymore. But
attackers need to locate and
boy, knowing that that's going to be the case, working on that and making the absolute focus, at least here on the second floor coming into Consulate, they don't have to worry about that as much, because there's not as much vertical game for this team to be able to play down on. Now they just have to worry about that clearing up. And you can see already Alpha making a ton of holes in the floor in those critical spots to be able to play that vertical down. So they got themselves set up really well. La Chispa needs to come up with something special. Like right now, showing a lineup that I don't know. It's a little bit of a question mark for me. The striker Deimos combo, they just do not seem to be as impactful as some of the other operators that you'd really like to have on attack. I'm a little worried about the choice.
Yeah, I mean, Deimos in place for the buck, maybe, right? Because you can't have that vertical pressure from below with the skeleton teeth to kind of open it up. He can still put that pressure in and push those players out of those critical push points so they can get themselves in for a potential plant. But that's not even the case. He's going all the way up to the roof to potentially do some, I don't know, just intel grabbing, I guess. You're going to see some smoke start to come out as they start to push in and take some of that first floor real estate. No shield on vending to be able to stop that push into the hallway from admin.
I just wanted to take a look back at those stats from La Chispa in the previous round. I mean, if you're just joining us and didn't catch that first best of 3 between La Chispa and Cheat, they were able to get 7 rounds in a row here on Consulate, and 3 of them coming from the 2F location. So La Chispa is very good, including winning on both attack and defense. So they certainly can. Got to find a way to adapt that playstyle around the way that Alpha is going to play it, and that's a great place to start, getting that opening pick.
Yeah, where the heck was he even? I didn't even see it. He ran across a window and found his life forfeit. Now, yes, it's a deficit in the man count, but he was at least able to get his gadgetry down, be able to hold on to this vending. Does get sussed out with the drone as they start to push up, and you can see the Deimos ping going onto the Fenrir. Not able to really do anything about that just yet. Plenty of gadget util to stop any sort of admin push coming up. And instead of gadget, they're just going to push straight in, punch him in the face. Now, it does get retraded as Fenrir gets taken down, but the body balance is in the hands of the attackers currently.
Now, having Haste go down, that he was definitely the top frag as a part of that first map on Chalet for this La Chispa team. So taking him down early is for sure an important part, but what to me that showed was Martin was just playing very confidently, right? He's having a great game, 7-1. Like you said, just walking up, smacking him in the face. And if Martin is playing with that level of confidence right now, this could be a dangerous game for La Chispa. But to take him down, that's right now feeling like a win condition.
Absolutely. Grenade goes out, going to push them back off to the doorway, comes up on the swing, and there's the Deimos pistol to find one. Naza to find Gas Pro, and that's going to be a round win for the attack.
What I love about that one was tossing the nade in and caused the motion, right? It caused Warden to push back, gave him time to reload, and he's able to walk right back into it, take advantage of the fact that Alpha was going to be a little aggressive making that push. It was a great play by them, worked out exactly the way they needed it to. La Chispa finds one, so we're not going to see a 3-0 start, and a little bit more balanced at this point.
Yeah, I like it. Okay, back in it, action, ready. 2-1 on the round rotate, so it's going to take us back down to the basement. And going to see a pretty similar setup, although this time, instead of, I can't remember who they took off. They are going to bring out the Tubarão. Yes, the Clash. Yep. That's right. So the Tubarão going to be replacing the Clash and trying to keep that breach closed just a little bit longer.
Yeah, and I think that's a good call. I know Clash definitely has her place occasionally in competitive play, but for the most part, right, she is one of the lowest win delta operators in terms of ranked. I know we don't have the same great stats that we do for ranked as we do for the competitive play, but still, there's a little bit to be said there, right? She just does not generate that much difference in a win rate between these teams. So I like the change out. I think whether or not Tubarão is going to be the guy that's going to be the difference maker, I think it's a good choice either way.
Absolutely. Okay, now we're going to start trying it again, this time from the other side of it, trying to kind of fake him out, right? Because the C4 was so effective when he ran out to behind. Oh, geez, almost catches a pre-fire through to end his life. Now, instead, going to be able to take a second look, but they do suss out the drone, so they're going to be able to get that intel off the board. We still sit 5-5. It's the first minute has started to count down.
Oh, boy, that minute down, so 2 minutes left. And we talk about Alpha being a little bit slow on the uptake in terms of how they were managing their attack. We're going to see whether or not that plays out in the same way here. But how does La Chispa handle their attack? Generally, they had been a little bit more forward, a little bit more aggressive, but I feel like they've lost some of their confidence, and I'm not 100% sure whether or not it was the DCs or worries about that, or whether or not Alpha is just playing better. They don't feel like they're playing with that same level of confidence that they were coming out of the previous best of 3, where they were absolutely dominant on this map, winning 7 in a row.
Yeah, but it did take a few rounds to get the gears rolling, right? So maybe that's exactly what we're seeing here. Just a little bit of trying to get warmed back up into the play after the 20-minute break that they had. C4 going to claim the life of IQ. That's going to be the first kill as the verticality starts to put some pressure onto the defense here. That Deimos pistol being absolutely devastating from above. It's just kind of a good hold by the defense, not really having to do much to stay alive and hold sight here. And as the time starts to count down, definitely it's going to start mounting some pressure and creating some drama. They're going to need some chaos inside of sight to be able to claim a kill and get themselves ready to get in for that execute.
Look at how, did you saw it when we saw all of the blue outlines, everybody was back behind that midline of the map, the line dividing the A and B site, holding back on the kitchen. They're playing very, very deep, not pushing up, not being, playing on pillar, not being close on the bottom yellow, playing very, very far back. And it looks like the attacking team might be able to take advantage of this.
That's right, but Gas Pro going down, that equalizes on the body count. 17 seconds left in the game, and that's going to be flashes starting to ring out, and Slater's going to find the first kill as the trades start to ring out. That's going to be answered back onto Martin.
Okay.
A second as Danny finds him off the back of his internet issues, gets up for the Maestro, can't quite get it, pulls out a charge instead, and he's going to pay the price for it. That's going to be the post-plant scenario as he tries to take a recite, but the crossfire setup, and a Reborn gonna take Ragnar down with a couple of body shots.
What a funny exchange that was. He pulls out the breach charge, which I'm assuming was accidental. I don't think he was actually trying to breach charge the Maestro, but I do find that very funny. I love this game, Whiskey. I love the fact that we get to see, I know we talked about getting to see the meta shift all the way that the different regions play this game, but sometimes it's got some funny interactions too, so love that clip. Tied up. CHISPA finds that one, and that one felt good. That one felt good. The hold, Alpha was holding a little bit further back, and La Chispa taking advantage of it, making that push in, and like you said, a couple of body shots to finish it off. We're going to go back upstairs. So far, I think they've split 1-1 on the upstairs, so it is definitely a game of adaptation. Who is going to adapt the best at this point in the next time we've played it?
Yeah, tied up 2-2. That feels pretty good. If you're a La Chispa fan, they hit their quota, right? They can now settle back onto their defense and kind of feel that comfortability. Although that is where the first 3 losses came in their game against Sheep, was on the defense. So, if you adapted from that as well, then yeah, this could be feeling pretty good for La Chispa here as they get into round number 5. Sticking similar lineup with you, right? If it works, I guess keep bringing it. Deimos, Striker, Finka, Ace, and IQ. Kind of an all-encompassing package, albeit a little bit strange coupling together.
I mean, you bring up a good point. I had called them out as that not being probably the best lineup to bring, questioned whether or not the Deimos Striker combo was working, and then they went ahead and won 2 attacking rounds with it. So who am I to say? They have found a way to make this lineup work. What does Pengu say? Play the operators you're feeling most confident with. That's what happened. And no, not a teammate nade? Who's going to claim that one in chat?
Oh, tragic. The body balance is going to shift into the hands of Alpha as the TK from the grenade rings out. Unfortunate bit of news there. So they're going to send in another, try to start kind of trying to get that K-Claw off of the main breach so they're able to open that sucker up as Ace is still alive. A couple of drones go out, but gonna get taken care of pretty quickly. That's a tough one too because that's that verticality, or that's that intel that we were talking about being so huge and starting to kind of be impactful.
Is that a missed drone? I don't think they caught Fenrir. I think he jumped the drone past Fenrir. Oh no, there's a ping coming out. Maybe they do have it.
Oh, looking to find him here.
Yep, they did.
Through. Easy
Damn,
peasy.
I thought that was a missed drone, and Fenrir was going to be able to take this admin side, but he was playing deep admin, hiding there and trying to hold on. Good drone work there by the attacking team, though, and they find him and even it up.
That's right. Clock's starting to tick down. Minute left on the board. Starting to take some real estate here, and the big part is going to be putting that challenge onto the vending machine area and getting themselves set up with the crossfire inside of the hallway. That's going to be able to allow them to plant on the doorway, right? That's one of those standard spots you see it, but you got to have all of that half wall or that dividing line taken to be able to do it.
Yep, not going to be able to push in and make that play if it's not completely clear, and you can't have anybody downstairs, right? Right now you got all the defenders upstairs on 2F, but any of them are positioned to rotate down and then cover from below. That's going to be a dangerous spot too. So got to be able to watch and hopefully clear out most of this. Keep the defense back, but oh, there's one way to do it. 15 seconds left though, and they're still working on getting the execute set.
10 seconds to go.
That's right, and then they get to think of charge, and that's going to allow them to get up. 7 seconds to get in there, 2 holding on to the long angle. Ace is down, and that's going to be IQ starting to go for the plant, but it's a dangerous spot. Rotating around, going to find it onto the back end, and that's going to be a double from Naza to be able to save the round for his team.
Wow, while the plant is going down, the couple extra seconds was all he needed. While the plant was going down, that was it. Couple extra seconds. Able to take down both of those defenders, and Alpha going to call a timeout. I think that's a great call from the Alpha side, right? We started talking about this walking into Consulate here with Alpha going crazy. They felt very dominant, including a flawless on that first round. Then to come into the second round, still continuing to hold that. And then that third and fourth felt like, okay, a little bit of the tide is shifting, but now 3 in a row from La Chispa. And to me, played better than certainly that third round was. They are gaining momentum, not just in terms of round wins, but how the rounds are playing out.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so with that timeout, Alpha talks about it, said, hey, we're losing our ones. They're taking space very quickly. What's going to be the adaptation? What's going to be the win condition here? Because definitely don't want to go into your attacking half not tied up at this point, right? You don't want to go into it on a 4-2 split on the other side of it because La Chispa can feel very comfortable on their defense, right? They're floating right now. They're hoping one more and then settle it out on the defense and send us to
your
a map
bombs
3.
from being defused by attackers.
That's right, it's map 3, and that one is going to be border.
Attackers have
If we
located the
make
bomb.
it there, that's what it's going to be. We're going to get to see border here between these two teams. And taking a look at what Alpha brought on the defense, they're going to revert a little bit, right? Now they're going to play the Maestro, the Tubarão, and bring back the Clash. So this is a lot of denial for entry into that main breach, right? The combo of the Cade, the Tubarão, the Maestro, the Clash, this is all focused on denying the plant. So I think that's what they're worried about from this La Chispa's team. No projectile deny. We don't have the Jaeger. We don't have the Wamai. It's interesting, right? This is a combo that I think trying to change it up, right? I like it from an adaptation standpoint. Alpha not bringing the same lineup, changing things up here to try and find a way to win around this surging La Chispa team.
Yeah, and even though we don't have any projectile denial on the board, they're going to take that first drone down and stop the push to try to get those Maestro cams. But we still have the Warden, right? So those flashes and smokes that were so impactful still can be dealt with unless the Deimos, who is the only one he's seemed to suss out so far, is able to take him down. Maverick already on a low health scenario, 27 HP. Was that a C4 that rung through? Must have been.
Yeah.
Yeah, able to stay alive and start to get this open. A flash goes out as he tries to now hit the bottom part. There we go. And he's going to start to get it.
Yeah, he's this defense is holding, trying to get a couple angles on it, but he's able to, again, he's going to be able to get that wall open. But all this breach denial and at least plant denial, we'll call it, with the combination of the two-brow and the clash and the maestro with those cams in place to try and take down the planters. But maestro is Maverick is not opening the wall. He's using he's opening up lines, but not opening up the wall itself for entry.
Yeah, could be a little bit of tough towards the late end, and that's going to be a tuber out to slow down that
Look
hatch.
at that.
As
Great
Amos
play.
is going to start to put some pressure on it. He gets some intel to try and get that verticality. But yeah, slowing them down. And with Maverick not getting that wall opened up just yet, going to have to rely on some of those soft breaches. Once he does get it open, still going to be a dangerous situation to find yourself in.
Wow, he's hitting that hatch from inside the kitchen.
Write that down, Whiskey.
Yeah, that's a great play, right? Staying out of line of sight of all those Mav holes on the main window, using the Maverick to try and cover that push in, plus the clash on bottom yellow. And then you can have the two-brow playing back in kitchen, preventing the hatch from being opened up on the other side of the wall. Forces the attacking team to try and get a little bit inventive or creative, or put themselves in danger trying to make something happen.
Yep, and as the flashes and smokes come out, it's going to be the pings, and they're just going to take a shot right through. Danny to take Martin down. Does get traded out as Tuberout does find his life forfeit, but they've still got the clash to play.
No!
They've got the maestro in the background to play off of it, so they're able to find that kill, and Maverick goes down. Now puts us into a 4v2. Actually, a 4v1 is really Ram the only one alive. It's a hail of bullets headed her way. Gonna find one, but Ragnar gonna clean that one up.
A hail of bullets from almost literally everywhere at that point. I thought we were going to see a clash kill as well, as she was electrocuting that downed Maverick. Continuing to push, and there is the response. So we talk about the timeout buff on the Siege double shot all the time. The team that takes that timeout about 75% of the time was winning the next round. And in all of our casting on Sunday, it was like 0%. Nobody won after their timeout. So finally, Alpha's going to break that curse. They're going to find one here, and La Chispa going to see whether or not they can repeat that success. Take a timeout, start off on their defense of Consulate, try and come back, do a little bit better than that 50-50 split, and avoid that overtime. Just push into Border to try and keep their Pro League hopes alive.
Yeah, absolutely. So 3-3, kind of a best case scenario for Alpha teams once La Chispa found their third. And so we go into the back end of the half here on the second map, and we're going to see a familiar face that we've seen La Chispa bring before, and that is going to be the Tachanka, right? Big anchor, big extension with those flames, able to cover most of that top floor inside of the sites with the head holes that are opened up. But I think the fun play here, right, usually we're seeing that the Valkyrie be utilized. They're instead going to go with the Pulse.
I like that. I like that change up. Try again in the vein of trying something new. Whether or not Pulse is going to be the best operator in this situation, I do wonder a little bit. Consulate has got so many of like the rooms and walls that I think make it a little bit difficult for Pulse to have the kind of mobility that I think he needs to be truly effective to find C4 locations on the floor below, right? If you're always trying to avoid walking around walls while you're holding out your gadget, I think that can kind of slow him down. So maybe it's not the best possible pick, but it's not a bad one, and I like the adaptation here from this team. It's something a little bit different.
Yeah, different can be the game winner, especially when you're holding on to that vending area, right? Because then you really do have a ton of spots. You know that there's going to be a heavy admin push, at least one of the rounds that is played up there. So, oh, look at this intel being brought out by the
there he
here
is
on the back end at the bottom of Secret there. Yep, finding that, letting him know that he's sitting there, and then put some pressure on it.
And they could potentially use that intel to try and take out from the window at the bottom of Visa, which is one of the dangers of using the secret entrance. So Pulse could definitely be trying to help out from that perspective. But playing downstairs in the basement, okay, he's a little bit off, and there it is, looking for it. They left that wall soft in case he needed to try and make the push in, but still working on gaining intel and drones from this team. Not quite pushing in and not making a place yet for Pulse, but he's going to hold on a little bit longer.
Yeah, and IQ should have sussed them out by now with the gadget, right? And be able to let them know that they're down in the basement. So it could be a potential for an easy isolation kill. Get him off the board, stymie that that intel, and take away the C4 when you potentially are going for that plant. So we'll see if that's going to be the interaction that's playing out here. Minute and 30, as we are just going drone crazy. They are really making sure that they're finding exactly where everybody is. Well, we talked about IQ being the key. But that door is locked, and throw away the key. She's gone. Pulse is going to stay alive. And now the body balance is in the hand of La Chispa.
Well, and on defense, this is the kind of round that they need, right? They're coming out of the timeout, so if you're expecting a team to win, La Chispa would be it. An Alpha team win could be a little bit of an upset here on this round. So, interestingly enough, right, I don't know if we talked about it, but Alpha bringing out the striker as well on attack, just continuing that change-up and that difference between the way that that NA and LATAM continue to play the new recruit ops.
That's right, and that's going to be Warden taking off the board as he gets caught in the crossfire. The bees start to go out as the flash is ringing in, and they're going to find one on the full white, and it's going to be Tachanka getting pushed and pressed back into the corner, but still getting that fire out, stopping that plant that's potentially going to go onto the doorway and force them to go around to the other side, to the hallway, and try to put some pressure on him there. Holding the angle, they're waiting for it. He is just fire and reload, and there it is, damage done onto the Capitao and onto the Grim as they do start to make that swing. That's going to be Tachanka taken off the board, and now puts it all into Pulse and onto the Bandit. And unfortunately, Pulse gone, no more C4, plant starting to go down. It's all on the shoulders of Bandit. The lone gunman takes a shot inside, finds one, almost finds the second, but Ragnar yet again able to clutch that round up.
Wow, so close there. I mean, he was in the middle of 3 different players, but that double, right, at about the 20-second mark, for them to be able to clear out and change a 4v4 into a 4v2, absolute game changer, and Alpha just coming alive at that point, pushing very hard and really overwhelmed the La Chispa defense. So it's unfortunate they're not going to get the timeout buff and going to go down. Alpha taking their first attacking round. So we're certainly not on the back foot yet, right? They are down a map. So Consulate here is critically important to La Chispa and to their fans if they want to see this team continue along in the LATAM Pro League. So the question is, can they sort of turn this around on their defense, put up a little bit better of a hold here on Consulate than so far they've been able to? Try it out on the first floor, and bringing along one of the ops I love to see, the Capcan, right? Capcan comes out, going to cause this attacking team to need to check the doors and windows and hallways all over the map, not for this round, but for the rest of the rounds. It's going to go ahead and pull those off since that drone's identified where those were at. But I love the fact that the Capcan sort of changes up the way that the game is played for every round after. So to me, feels like a very good call to slow this team down.
Yeah, a definite pace setter, right? And it only takes one Capcan trap to go off for you to realize that you need to be checking every single door and every single window when you're coming on inside. Now, the key to that is they've got the Brava and the IQ on board, so they are going to suss it out, right? They are going to be able to potentially take one of those. What? Oh. Okay.
What's that?
Just got to get it absolutely right, I guess.
Perfect placement every time, he says. Naza not willing to accept subpar location. I mean, you're talking about playing for the Latin American Pro Leagues. This is it, my friend. The Capcans have got to be perfect, as well as the gameplay that goes along with it. So far, we're sitting 5-stacked a minute into this round. Everybody peeking, looking, going crazy, trying to find. There's a lot of motion happening. It's one of the things I feel like we've noticed here is neither of these teams right now are really playing slowly. right? There's a lot of action happening, and whether or not that's the methodical siege that we were expecting from, maybe the pro league level, but at this point, both of these teams just not wanting to give up an inch.
Yep, absolutely. And as the time starts to tick down, my friend, that is going to be some huge trades that are going to be coming out. I mean, it's going to be fiery, right? So you start to hear the air jabs go off, and there's going to be the first kill. Martin going to find Danny off the board, who is sitting in that frag leader position for La Chispa. He sits in that 7-6 arena, but Martin on the other side of it, and Ragnar, both of them having just stellar games. So they become the win conditions here as the round starts to continue on. Now there's bees that go off, and that's going to be Potent finding his life forfeit, as now the Warden is gone, and any of those flashes and smokes that you still have in the pocket are really going to be effective for that push to start coming in. Changing around where those Fenrirs are. They are not bulletproof anymore, but still absolutely huge in being able to stop or stymie one of the pushes coming in. So 5v3, 42 seconds left. Defense has just got to hold out a little bit longer. Find a kill or two to equalize on the scoreline. They'll be sitting pretty here and able to tie it back up. That's Legion Goo that now goes off. 30 seconds left in the round. Push starting to happen, and there's still gunfights taking place up top, up on the second floor. And that's going to be Gaspro to find another one. Fenrir goes down. That's the plant, and it's now all onto the shoulders of Valkyrie, who does have a C4, is going to send it deep through the gunshot, finds the kill, starts the round a little bit, right? But is it too little too late? It's in a post-plant scenario, and you got so much ground to cover. I don't want to call this round over, but this is a tough hill to climb back from, especially because it's going to be the crossfire setup.
Yeah, a little bit of a whiff on Martin there. If you had to pick one of the players currently, Haste has been the guy that you wanted to count on. Hopefully he was going to be the one that could try and carry it forward, but you got the MPX fighting against some of the ARs here on the ARs and LMGs from the attacking team. That was a very tough hill to climb, and definitely sort of fell apart as right now, and we talked about it during that first best of three, that La Chispa was hitting all of their shots. It almost seemed, it was crazy how good their mechanical skill was. They were winning every gunfight against Sheets, and we talked about it a couple times. This game, it feels like it is going the opposite way. Yes, we've had some wins back and forth. La Chispa did manage to win 3 in a row on rounds 3, 4, and 5, but since that point, even on those wins, it doesn't feel like they're hitting all of their shots, and that right now feels like one of the biggest differentiators between them. So, Alpha playing just a little bit more together, a little bit more, maybe paced is the word for it. We talk about them being a little bit slow sometimes, coming from the NA or coming from an aggressive paced team, but right now the way that they're playing it is working.
Yep. So we got the adaptation, right? Bring out the Maestro, bring out the Cap Can, get a little bit aggressive with your Solus pick and that P90 to try to put some pressure on for that vertical play that is for sure going to start to ring out. Looking towards for a spawn peak, but nothing going to be there, and you're going to start to see the clutch drone get inside, looking for those Maestro cams, and there we are.
Yes!
Going to find one. Not only is that intel, but that's a cam that shoots back, baby.
I'd love it, like we said earlier, one of my favorite mechanics in the game of Siege is the Brava stealing of the Maestro cam, and look at that. You had Solus hiding underneath the table in the manager's office on the admin side. That was definitely a push that Alpha had been using. The question is whether or not they are going to drone her out. Not everyone goes around the backside of that table as you push the drone up, so that'll be the question. Can she stay hidden and be a little bit of a surprise here? And look at that, misdroned. Got the cap cans on the door, and if the attacking team focuses on that, try and clear out those cap cans, Solus definitely in a position to get a free kill here on the attackers.
Right, and has got some buddy system in place. So once that gunfight starts to go off, he says, I'm going to call it, I'm going to shoot. They're going to come in from the backside, and then it's going to be a pincher maneuver that really could be absolutely devastating. Still misdroning behind that desk. This is potentially going to be the play here.
She missed!
No. Holy whip, Batman! tough, so tough. You had the play and you dropped it, Naza. Oh, tough. Well, you're gonna learn from that one, I'm sure. Back to aim labs for that one. That's the body bounce now in the favor of Alpha Team as they take the Solus off the board.
I can't believe she had the patience of a first grade teacher sitting there waiting underneath the desk the entire time, watches the attacker go past and leave the room. She finally stands up, takes the shot, and misses. Whiffs the shot, and Nomad gonna win it. Slater owning Naza there in that engagement, and that puts the defense down on the man count again. That is insanely unfortunate. So now the attackers getting themselves ready for this execute, clearing out the utility. They had already stolen one of those cams. You got two attackers though playing in the basement for the vertical play down below. Got one, oh no, two C4s ready and waiting. That's going to be the thing that is going to be the possible issue here for the attackers.
Attackers are activating the bomb
Just is able to walk into side, take the plant. P4 rings out, but doesn't find one. Maestro, however, able to equalize on the score line as we find ourselves in a 3-3, and the Grim is down. So really into a 3-2 and a low health scenario for the Nomad as well. So they have to go up and put some pressure on to them. Otherwise, oh geez, huge play too. Able to take a kill, equalizing on the score line now into a 2-2 as Maestro sets himself up for the defuse, fakes it. Not going to be able to stick it though, and there we go. As they're locked up, he's able to get a triple kill. And
9 seconds left. Patan, the knife at the top to get it. Let's go, my friend.
oh boy, important play, Whiskey. Not only that, speaking to my heart, a knife play. Just the absolute got to do what you got to do to win that round, and it was absolutely huge. And now gets them a little bit closer because Alpha Team, they're one away from that match point scenario, my friend.
I can't believe that C4 came out late in that round, and for sure to me it seemed like you could have thrown the C4 just a little bit earlier and stopped the plant, but unfortunately it was thrown too late. Planter got it down. He's able to down the planter. Maestro's able to finish off the kill, but boy, just a couple seconds earlier and we would have missed that whole post-plant scenario. Now, there was some great plays in there, obviously, getting to see the knife and then coming down with 9 seconds left. You love to see that, but from a pure siege perspective, I think they could have definitely got that done a little bit earlier, just a little bit late on the C4. They were prepared exactly for that kind of a play, read exactly into how Alpha was going to play it in that first floor piano site, but didn't quite get it down in time. So great play overall, though, and so far 5-4 between these teams. They're feeling, you know, we've had a bit of a roller coaster here, the Montaña de Rusa, and it's going crazy back and forth between them, and I'm not sure, and I won't even dare to call at this point who's going to take it.
That's right. Okay, here we go. Similar defense. One of the big switch ups here is bringing out the Solus with the shotgun instead of the P90. So a little bit more of that in-your-face action, right? Oh, don't tell me you're looking for the jump out. Don't tell me. Actually, do tell me. It's aggressive and I like it. Nope, not going to do it. Okay, we're going to hold. Not going to throw away any bodies. It's a good call. Don't listen to me. I always want the drama for sure.
That's right. Love the drama. Love to be a part of it there. So now we got the attackers getting set up outside, looking for the run out. I mean, I think they're worried that La Chispa is maybe going to start taking some things aggressively, maybe making some mistakes, trying to capitalize on that. But where does that peak down? I don't know that I've seen that one before.
Into the closet area, maybe potentially. I didn't see exactly where he was at just yet. A little bit of damage, though, already done to the Maverick as he finds himself reduced to the 59 HP. So they're starting to try to get some drones on him here. Boy, holding in some kind of cheeky areas, right? We've got a little bit of second floor action with the Solus, all the way down into the basement with the Warden and the Maestro, and then first floor Legion play. I mean, they're pretty spread out, so if Alpha Team's able to isolate even one of these players, it's going to just give them a huge advantage going into that late round push for the execute.
Trying to think what this defense might have to do. I mean, we've already killed. They've done a tremendous job at killing time, right? We're a minute into this round, or a minute left in this round, and you still have got all 5 stacked up, and you still have got the attackers, again, working on clearing. This is that slow push there by Alpha. The problem is that they have done a really good job of closing out and converting, even when they take a long time getting the round set up. So that's what this La Chispa team has got to do. Continue to kill time, slow down, not throw away bodies. No, and that's a double. 4-3 with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, huge double as Slater's able to find one, equalizing on his KD count, and that's going to be Legion going down. The trade does come out as Danny's able to find Ragnar, but it's a 3v2. Still have some Capcan traps on the board that could be effective during the late round, except for here's the plant starting to go down, and the cross is set up. Now Solus comes for the back end, but they're ready. Martin there on the hold. Now into a 3v1 post plant. All the pressure onto the Capcan as he's trying to figure out exactly what he can do here, and they have all gotten off, right? They've got a drone onto the bomb, making sure that he's not going to be able to plant, and they're going to open up the bottom hole to it too. Steve Ford ring out, isn't going to find
Oh,
the
he
kill
shot
here.
it!
Unfortunate, and that's Slater. Aim Labs paying off on that as he takes the C4 and the kill.
Wow, what a shot from Slater there to clutch that one up to close it. Yeah, no way Capcan was going to be able to come back, clear the plant, take down 4 players. Boy, Alpha just looking very good right now in terms of how they're playing this map out. Yes, we talked about it being slow. They killed enough time, but La Chispa was too far off, playing a little bit too far away, not engaging up close enough, right? Maybe taking that killing time just a little bit too far. Alpha team able to, at the last second, jump in, plant, take advantage of that space that La Chispa had given them. Now we are on match point, and it's not just match point, my friend. Match point, series point, lower final point, and boy, this is it. Your hopes of Pro League point, because at this point, if Alpha wins, they are moving on. La Chispa is going to be sent home. This is an elimination game, and this is an elimination best of 3. And you hate to see the way that La Chispa got to this point by losing that first map by forfeit, but here it is. Their time to shine, my friend.
That's right. It's do or die. Got to be perfect for 2, or the road ends here. You got to take that proverbial bus ride home. So, see what adaptations they're bringing out, Whiskey, right? Malusi, standard, back onto the pulse play here, although he's sitting up inside, so a little bit more interesting and not the usual way that you see pulse played. Of course, if he gets that intel on exactly where that push is coming from, could be huge. Does make his way down on the first floor, where the potential for the blitz to put some pressure onto him is going to start mounting up. They have to take care of that pulse, and we're sure, right, that he's got him sussed out. But if they don't take care of him and they go for that execute, that plant, it's going to be absolutely ridiculous for getting a 2 and 3 C4. Look at that. Blitz pushing in as the Lucy charge
They're going
goes
quick.
off, and yep, they start to put some fire into it, but not in the right spot, so he's going to be able to get that plant going down as he pushed deep into the site instead. Now that's Line of Flores off the board, and Mute also getting taken down. They're going to stick this in a 4v3. They're going to put a post plant as all the flashes start going off. Malusi goes down, Fenrir is down, T'Challa down.
No!
It's a 3v1. All of the pressure now onto Pulse, who does get a C4 kill, jumps out, goes for the run out, but not going to be there. This is it. All the hopes, all the dreams of La Chispa and their run towards the Pro League on the line now. And the first thing is he's got to get rid of that blitz, and it's not going to happen. Pistol popping, body dropping. Alpha team is going to wrap that one up.
7-4 victory there for Alpha team to close it out on Consulate. Wow, my friend. I can't believe we got to this point. Again, tough day for sure for this team, La Chispa, that did such a good job early on, that dominated their performance early in that first best of 3. They looked fantastic, winning 7 in a row, but just could not get it together, especially after the tragic DC from Danny and the way that first map played out. But big congratulations, felicidades to Alpha team for winning the best of 3 and moving on. They have made it to the grand final, the show match, my friend. It's going to be a show match between the winner of the upper bracket and the winner of the lower bracket for seeding their position into the LATAM Pro League. But congratulations to Alpha Team. You guys made it.
Yep, you did it. It was a valiant attempt by La Chispa, but just not going to be enough in the end. It was a great game, right? It was a good game of Siege. It's exactly what you want here in the lower bracket finals. All the magic, the mystique, the blitz plays, the TKs, all kinds of shenanigans that got us to this point here. Absolutely super fun one.
Yeah, had an unbelievable time in that game, and I hate to see La Chispas go. It was such a great time watching them play during that first best of three. Really, a little bit of struggle here, but great consulate play from Alpha Team closed that one out. So I think what we're gonna do is take a short break here to work on getting set up for the grand final seeding match here. But that is it. Alpha Team has qualified for the Latin America South Pro League. Congratulations.
Yep, that's right. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, it's our last map. Ayo.
Let's go.
control of the IT vertical space above storage and do exactly what we would have looked the defense to do during the plant, which is take out the planter or at least get the kill off the back of the crossman.
For this
Siege.
attacking team, 55 seconds left, and it's all on the shoulders of Badif.
Had the intel, but no. Badger grabbing away. Another. The pokey.
Pokeball Hydra says, I choose you,
You
Joker.
can kiss my ash. You got 0 cents. Your IQ is low.
Did you make that up right now?
Yeah, right now on the spot.
I just want to touch on mental health. If you're feeling out of it,
They put together a hell of a club sandwich. Sledge must have been the bacon because he got fried.
A whiskey! What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. It's the last match of the day. One match to rule them all. It's a seeding. It's a best of one, and this is going to be in your face. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. What you say, Whiskey?
Welcome everyone back to the LATAM Open Quals here, the playoffs, and we have finally hit it, the grand final, the show match between the winner of the upper bracket and the lower bracket, the two teams that qualified for the Pro League, my friend. This is it. T-Rex taking on Alpha Team, and boy, looking forward to this one because it's gonna be fun, right? Is not on the line. Both of these teams have now qualified. And it is all about enjoying the game, which is one of the main reasons we are here as a part of the Siege community. We freaking love this game, and we love the community, and we're glad you're here with us.
Yeah, thank you so much for hanging out for this LATAM Legendary League play. Okay, let's take a quick look at the teams. Who's going to be facing off? One of them, of course, if you've watched the Siege Double Shot Sunday or today, you know is Alpha Team Slater, Gas Pro, Bastian, Martin, and Ragnar. Man, and it's been a goated lineup, right? The couple of names that have stood out really just a lot. Slater, Martin, actually Gaspro, Ragnar. I mean, everybody has really had that clutch potential, right?
Yeah, they certainly have. We've had great rounds from both of them. Every member on the team is just, we have seen brilliant moments at one point or another, and it's not over yet. They still have one more to go. And where are we going? You are never going to believe it.
Okay, sign me up. Let's see. Okay, Lair, Border, Bank, Skyscraper, Gone, Chalet, Clubhouse, Night Haven. We're going back to Consulate, my friend.
That's right.
LATAM loves Consulate, right? And it's cool. It's fun. I like that that they're bringing the new map out, right? Kind of demonstrates a little bit deeper of a map pool here.
I think boy, you called it. They love this map. I mean, we keep going back to it over and over and over. It's the map that they love. And so here it is. And I think we are ready, man. This game is about to get started. And you called it. We are going to Consulate now. But I think the third or fourth time that we have seen it here on this channel as a part of the Open Quals, including each in the last two best of three. So this is it. T-Rex taking on Alpha. It's time for the bands.
Yeah, let's get into it. Okay, I imagine, right, if I had to guess, one of the shield ops going. Gonna be out of there. Which one? I couldn't even tell you, right? They both had their uses. They both had their downfalls. But for sure, Monty or Blitz gonna be gone. Do we see the Buck ban again? The big question.
Ooh, I don't think so. That feels like something very specific. I don't think we're gonna see that one again. That's my thought.
Yeah, you're probably right, because the shield is for sure going next, right? Capital off the board. That's the smokes. That's the fires. That's part of the quick plant that comes in onto that second floor, or being able to stop the mirrors on the basement when making the push in to get your plant going. So kind of a huge operator ban here. Oh my lord. Huge. Oh my gosh. Okay. Brava gone. We've seen Brava utilized a ton, right? And on the other side of it, the reason that she's been used so often is because the Capcan and the Maestro picks that have been just hugely impactful on these last couple of rounds. So they are going to be able to outside of using some utility or gadgetry to take off board, those are going to stand, my friend, and that's fun.
Yeah, that's like you called it out. We don't have to worry about the hacking of the gadgets back and forth. Interestingly enough, we mentioned hacking. We haven't seen like any Mozzie play. Some of these operators have really just been completely avoided, but Brava not being there, and then the Valk, right? We also talked about how Alpha team was very much a intel heavy team. For Valk not to be there, I think is pretty significant as well. And then the Malusi at the end, she has definitely had sort of an outsized impact in the new meta with that addition of the fourth Banshee that I think really makes her utility go up. So now we've seen a completely different set of bans at this point. So I think the nice part about this is I think we're going to see Consulate play out in a different way, even though it's the same map. We're going to see it play out in a different way, and I love that.
Agreed, 100%, and I'm completely here for it. It's fun, it's exciting. This is a show match, right? They've already done it, so you said it earlier. This is just going to be a fun, balls to the walls type of play here. So let's talk about the defense, right? We've seen Solus played a couple of different ways here on Consulate, including bringing out some of that shotgun play, which has been effective. They've been around the map. They're causing that ghost pressure. They're determining the push, and as you said, intel-heavy team, that's an intel-heavy operator. So going to be utilized here. Also, 2 sets of area denial. Not going to go with the Tachanka play. Going to bring out the smoke. Going to bring out the Goyle. And I think, honestly, that's the right call. Right? You're combining the 2 things that Tachanka is really good at. She got him. Fenrir. Good night. Goodbye. Martin off the board. You're combining 2 things that Tachanka does very well, but splitting it up into 2 operators. The long distance of smoke, the close stopping power of the Goyle canisters. This is more of a traditional setup, and I think it probably is going to work a little bit better for the second floor.
The one thing, and if you are just joining us for this grand final and haven't been through some of the other open qualifier games that we've seen between these 2 teams, Alpha has historically moved a little bit slower on the attack and had a really, really heavy roam game on defense, right? Very spread out and more covering more area, a little bit more methodical. 7 Rex or T-Rex, we haven't had a chance to see on our stream. Cinecup covered that as part of some of the other qualifier coverage, so we haven't seen them directly. The question is, how are they going to handle that? How are they going to respond? That opening spawn peak very early to me says that, Alpha wanted to peak, but 7 Rex was ready for it. They are ready for this team.
Absolutely, and so that's going to be the first 2 kills gone. They've dealt with the roam, they've dealt with the Fenrir, meaning wherever those gadgets are, they are going to stay there. Now puts the body balance in the hands of 7 Rex or T-Rex as they sit 4-3.
A little bit of the balance, yeah, going down early here. And look at this. They're getting ready to make the jump in. That Goyo, that area denial, that is going to come in huge. But, wow, not having Buck on the board for that last game really changed up the play style. So now we've gone and done the same thing or back to maybe more of a traditional play style for the 2F here on Consulate. Buck working from below, covering that vertical. So that's something that we'll have to see whether or not Alpha is ready for. And they're using up all of these Goyos early. They are all done here. We still got a minute left to play.
Yeah, huge. And now with smoke off the board, it's going to make it easy to get inside and get the plant on the window. Crossfire being held up. They're already inside, sending out the flashes, but it is the Warden, so he does have those special goggles. They need to recharge. He's just going to find one as he taps the dome piece, but it gets answered back immediately. L85 to claim Ragnar's life.
Now, one of the huge things that we did not talk about going into this map is that this is technically a rematch between these 2 teams in the upper bracket final, right? Alpha beat Outlast and T-Rex beat Sparks to make it to the upper bracket final, and that's the game that T-Rex won 2-1 over Alpha and sent Alpha to the lower bracket. So the maps they played, Border, Clubhouse, and Cafe. So we haven't seen these 2 play on Consulate together, but 7 Rex did definitely play Consulate earlier. I know that comes as a surprise because the LATAM team seemed to love this particular map. They won 7-5 versus La Chispa. So we have seen victories from both of these teams on Consulate over the same team, La Chispa. So the question is, how is it going to play out between them? That upper bracket final, like we said, 2-1 in favor of T-Rex. So, and one of those maps was definitely lopsided on Clubhouse. That T-Rex lost, so they can be vulnerable. They can find some opportunity here for this this alpha team. Can find an opportunity to take down T-Rex. Whether or not it's going to be on Consulate, that's the big question.
Yep, that's true. And I don't know
Attackers
if you
are
were
heading
just
out to
speaking a
defuse the
magic
bomb.
spell or not, but look who's on the board. Said we haven't seen him. Well, they gave you him. It's Mozzie, right? And with
No
Valkyrie
way.
off the board, this is a huge pick. It's mobile intel. It takes away the intel from the other side as well. So it's a better trade, right? You can't necessarily get him into those cheekier spots that you can with a Valcam, but they're still incredibly useful. And it's a C4 in here, right? So it's still bringing 3 C4s to the table for the defense. No hard breach, so they are going to be able to open up this pretty quickly here. And it is Monty is going to be pushing to take some of that space from the secret.
Now, the other thing is this map is slightly favored, at least in so far in the LATAM Open Qual playoffs, as attacker-sided. Right? We've seen more attacker wins on Consulate than we have on defense so far at this point. So maybe that plays into the aggressive play style, or maybe teams taking advantage of the heavy roam game that Alpha or some of the others like to play, and it's not working out the way they wanted to. So what does that say right now? 7 Rex. Maybe a little bit in favor. We'll see whether or not that plays out in the way we're thinking.
Well, they sure captured the first round for sure. And are doing a great job of clearing out this top floor presence. Only one really left up top in the top part is going to be the Solus. Now, they're making a push straight in, right? The only person down below is the Warden, and he's going to be dealt with as the trades start to ring out. Just like that, we're into a 3-3, and Mira is the only one down here to be able to stop this at the moment, and they're going to get right to it and just put themselves in ready for a plant, holding both of the doorways, but the shot down from the hallway going to connect and take an attacker down. And that is now going to find us into a 3v2. It's a post-plant scenario, but it's a full shielded Monty, and he's got the intel. They all have to do stack from the backside, and they're going to find a kill potentially right here. Looking for it. A quick pre-fire. Flash goes out, chases them around to the backside.
Oh!
They're going to find it on Legion. So now it's just Monty left alive as the 3 are going to start pushing up to him. And that's
No,
just
not
gonna be
enough
an
time.
unwinnable situation.
Oh, not enough time to fight between them, and there it is. Alpha gonna take that one on. Defense in the basement. It looked good though from the Monty, from the push in the basement, gaining space, and 7 Rex playing that pretty aggressively. However, Alpha has definitely been good as far as holding down the basement. One of their better sites at this point. So now going to change up and see how they're going to handle that tertiary site, the piano, that first floor. When it came down to it, 7 Rex in the map banning, we were just taking a look at that, had to choose between Cafe and Consulate. So Cafe was one of the maps that these two teams had played against each other as part of that upper bracket final. So it seemed natural that they were going to go into the map that at least they didn't have, neither team had some opening strats for. And 7 Rex had the opportunity to watch Alpha now twice on this map specifically, and watching it just on the previous best of 3. So a lot of intel, a lot of understanding. I think that also gives 7 Rex a little bit of a boost, since they were the team that got to go in and pick this map.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah. So on the defense, we're going to see the Capcan coming out, knowing that there's going to be some shield play. Make sure to try to slow them down, or at least force them to look down to take that shot and potentially drop the shield and lose their life in the process. But we're going to put it on some windows, which is a little bit interesting. Not generally going to amount to a kill, but still puts pressure on, and we'll let somebody know, of course, that they're on that window before they start to go in. C4 is primed, prepped, and ready, which is a good thing because the shield's up top ready to drop down on him. Is going to miss, however. Each timing claiming that one, as Finka could have died to that potentially if it was a second later.
Oh, look at that. Good droning, identifying all those Capcan traps. Unfortunately, going to be potentially useless there. Hopefully, the rest of that team recognizes that that those are already pinged out. So, but you still got 5 stacked up, plus the Ying. Whether or not Oh yeah, look, getting ready for it. Gonna toss those in, and there's the drop down the hatch. Plus, yep, impact coming out. Gonna survive, walking right up and pushing. Wow,
Not sure what
C4
just
so
happened there.
close.
Yeah, and then the shotgun rings out, and that's going to take a couple. Yin Candel's still going in, but is it going to be enough? That's all that's left.
Nope.
No, it's
Nope.
not. Just going to swing straight into the gunfire, lose that life, and lose the round.
Yeah, it looked like we were seeing 7-Rex set up for sort of a quick execute, not a rush plant, but definitely a quick execute there with the combination of the Ying, the drop, the EMP. All of that looked like it was working out until it sort of fell apart, starting with the Monty, losing out, to the C4 and then getting shotgunned and losing his life. Rather than go for the swing, I would have loved to have seen T-Rex sort of, I don't know, maybe regroup, try an alternative entry, try and just get something together, but just continuing the execute with all of the pieces not in place and sort of falling apart seemed like a sort of a big waste. And that was a first floor site, so I think there was some more opportunities there that they could have tried to exploit or execute before just making the push in. But they're the experts here. And again, bit of a show match, so we get to try it out. It's not, the end of the world if they can't come up with the win there. So here it is, 2 on the defense side. T-Rex going to try another one here as we go back upstairs to the 2F. That's the site that they did win on round 1.
Yeah, and you're right. Show match, we're having fun with it. Okay, if you're listening to 7-Rex or Alpha Teams,
5 seconds left before
give me
insertion.
some cav, okay? I just want to see a little cav play, interrogation, reveal everybody. Just give it to me, right? And Consulate's great for that because you got all the hidey holes. So instead of bringing a Vigil, instead of bringing a Souls, bring the cav. Let's see it. Let's see those skills put to the test. Couple of pre-fires quickly, almost loses his life to the Hubris as Goyo's reduced to that. Woohoo! 67 HP. A quick pre-fire onto the window doesn't amount to anything. However, is able to escape with his life.
Running the gridlock, and you can hear that saw coming from almost anywhere. Running the LMG, and look at this. Now it's not going to be Goyo downstairs on that main door. It's going to be Fenrir taking the shot out now, going to be peeking his hat out and see whether or not he can find one. Love seeing that aggressive play, and there it is. He's going to get one. Martin running out, running back in. Is he going to catch another? No, they're not going to be that crazy, are they? Oh, Capitao is taking the slow route.
Yeah. Oh, man, almost takes a shot in the pillar, but it's going to be saved by some stone play there. Does put us into a 4v3,
Martin.
shots on the door to a 4v2. Finds the second. Huge play. Now is the man advantage sitting in the hands of the defense, as all they got to do is really just hold on and let those smoke canisters go to work. And there's the first one. It's going to send him back out the window with his tail between his legs, saying, okay, we'll come again another day.
I love seeing the Amaru play on that, where she hops up in, burns utility, hops back out, does that 2 or 3 times. You can burn a ton of utility, losing very little of your life. Gridlock, unfortunately, lost a pretty significant amount, and a big piece of it on that fire as it walked in. But great Fenrir. Oh, great use of the Fenrir there.
Oh, man, almost the siege timing there, but able to get the gun back up in time, but it's the hatch. They were ready. They said, he's here. Oh, not the hatch. It was a little bit of a peek through the floor. Able to knock that one out and give another round to the defense. Taking us into round number 5. Alpha team looking pretty good here.
That's Alpha knowing and playing this map really well. This is, we talked about it. It appears that the LATAM teams really loving this map in general, and being ready. Oh, I thought we were going to take. Oh, we did take a slight pause there, but back into it. So they're obviously very much ready for it, and I wonder if 7-Rex was maybe overconfident coming into it, thinking that they knew enough about Alpha's strategies on defense that they had some counters to it, and could just decide to take it. So look at this very similar setup that they had in the basement, running the Clash, running the Cade, running the Aruni Gate. This is. If we're not seeing T-Rex come up with a win here, I'm going to say that bringing Alpha to Consulate just after they played it was a mistake.
I'd agree with you on that one, especially because their basement hold was so strong with that clash playing onto the
10 seconds left
pillar
before
there,
insertion.
able to give all of that information while still stopping that
5
initial
seconds to
push
insertion.
in. Was huge, right? And then you bring out the devastation and the distance
Attackers are
killer
heading
of
out
the
to defuse
DMR
bomb.
in a Rooney. This is a good defensive setup, but not to be outdone. Remember, last time we saw this, Buck wasn't on the board. So he's going to be able to put some of that vertical pressure on it and stop some of those plays that were working, allowing those players to really dig in.
You know, one of the things we didn't talk about when Buck was not part of the was they didn't bring a Sledge. I mean, Sledge used to be the vertical play operator, and even with Buck being banned, nobody brought Sledge out as an alternative. Yeah, they brought out the Ram. This time, not even going to bring the Ram. They're going to rely completely on the Buck. But that to me was sort of interesting that we didn't see that. The main wall already opened up, though, and T-Rex is completely rotated away from it. That's the ghost pressure in place. They're going up to repel, going to push in to this third floor site, and you got the entire defense completely bunker back down. So if they had some indication that somebody was upstairs on 2F, it is a complete time waster at this point. Great call by the Alpha team to waste that time.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if they rotate back down, what you can start to see now is moving back into a little bit safer location. Well, I mean, everybody, it's completely bunkered back down now. So all of that ghost pressure is going to have to be sought out. They're going to have to get their drones in. They're going to have to move to get it done. And they are, right? They're taking the real estate now onto the first floor as they've taken complete control of 2F. Get a couple of drones down yellow. Take a quick peek on what utility is going to be set up, specifically that clash and deployable that they're going to be able to sit behind.
Yep, they got to get rid of the clash. If they can clear out the clash, huge way to start this, and they're gonna need it, right? Alpha is playing again similar style we saw versus La Chispa, playing back a little bit further, closer to the kitchen, going through the floor, and the Buck putting pressure on those positions though. That is the difference maker, I think, that could turn this around for T-Rex. They won the basement side already once, and look at this, all upstairs on the first floor. Running into each other, droning each other, not in, but just for fun. Maybe that is part of the show match.
Yeah, we're really gonna rely on the 20-second meta here. We get down to our last 30 seconds, and now we're gonna start to see the pressure being put on from yellow as opening up those Aruni gates, and a couple of shots that ring out. No TKs here, guys. That is going to be Martin with the long distance. Yet again to find one. Ragnar to follow up. Now puts this into a 5v2 so quickly, right? It was a 3-2-1 execute, and all of a sudden just couldn't get it done. Shots from above, though, are going to do a little bit of damage onto the Aruni as she gets put down to that 36 HP. A couple of shots through, and the hatch drop is going to find another one, but Martin just going to go absolutely insane with that DMR and just keep clicking.
Boy, where did I go to check out the scoreboard as soon as the match come back up, because I think was Martin into double digits already here on round 6. I think he was sitting at 7-1 earlier in that round. He might be sitting at 9 at this point. 9-2. What a run from him. And we talked during the Alpha and La Chispa match that La Chispa had been going crazy in their first versus Sheet. They were winning every single gunfight. Sheet couldn't do anything. And then it switched, and Alpha really just was hitting everything and put La Chispa down. They're continuing that momentum forward, and T-Rex needs to find a way to gain some of that momentum. And if you can't win the individual gunfights, right, force the 2v1s, force some of those long angle shots, because right now this defense, this Alpha team is winning those 1vs, winning the gunfights. And you just take a look at those KDs at the bottom: 9-2, 5-1, 3-1. This is a team that is doing very well right now, and they're just not losing the fights. T-Rex is going to have their work cut out for them. Even though it's a 4-1, right, they still got the option for the standard split. It's very much feeling like Alpha is dominating, especially with that stat of right now a offensive attacker-sided Consulate in this open playoff stage.
Yeah, that's the deal, right? If T-Rex takes it. They find themselves on the standard split. They hit the quota and 2. But the thing is even though Alpha Teams is that slower gameplay on the attack side of it, they were very successful at finding attack wins and being able to redirect into a new spot when the plan fell apart. So only taking 2 on the attack side for 7 Rex feels like it could be dangerous for sure.
Dangerous indeed, my friend. And upstairs, just taking a look at where Alpha, like we talk about, very much a roam-heavy team. You got 3. I was gonna say you had 3 players. Capcan just rotated himself back down. Still 2 players upstairs. 30% of the round is gone at this point, and they're still holding on to those locations. So, and okay, you got Solus playing on the yellow stairs with the ability to rotate back up here pretty quickly. I didn't like that door frame either. Now that you mention it.
Yep, and silly plays for a door. Martin gets taken off the board, and that's going to be the top frag down, so a little bit easier for T-Rex as they start to put some pressure on. But there's the equalizer as Gaspro going to find his next kill, put him on that 4-1, and equalize on the body balance here. Put pressure on. You can hear those phones starting to go off as the attack is moving closer and closer up the stairs here. Watching the flank, making sure that nothing's going to be coming from behind because they don't have the Nomad or the Gridlock to help. Going for the quick one tap. Oh!
Django.
Got him. Got him on it too. What a beautiful shot as they put themselves now up ahead in the scoreline, looking to take their second round in this last 55 seconds. Okay,
47 seconds left. You had that C4 coming out and shot. Boy, I think we have seen more C4 shot out of the air in these series than we have in a long time.
That's right. Aim Lab paying off for sure. The triple kill now ringing out as it puts themselves into a 1v2. All of the pressure onto this ace who still is above sight, right? And that's tough because even if he goes to drone, his location going to be given away by the Solus. They're both low health, but he is too. A quick pre-fire almost amounts to a kill, but not quite going to do it. He's going to have to find something here, and no, just not going to be able to do it. Slater able to take him off the board as he pops one in the dome piece, finds his life forfeit.
Great quick peeking there by Slaters, and a lot of that actioning happening upstairs on that second floor. So comes down all the way to it. Alpha team gonna go 5 in a row on defense, and really that first map felt like it was 7 Rex, and we talked about good call. They had a chance to VOD review essentially live against the Alpha team as they were going in. That's sort of how we were talking about it, but at this point, later on the round, and I gotta say, it would change my mind. It seemed like it was a mistake for 7 Rex to make the call to bring in and play Consulate after Alpha seems to be, this is their map. They seem to be doing very well. They handled their defense better than they did on the previous best of 3. That says something. So T-Rex now, gotta find out what can they do special here. And I don't know whether hiding the pulse is going to be enough, but I like the area now that they brought up of the smoke and the Goyo. That's a good combo here to try and slow this Alpha team down.
10 seconds left before
Yep,
insertion.
absolutely, and stop some of that potential for the quick plant, which, I mean, look at the lineup. It's what we're looking at here, right? Amaru, Blitz, Ying, IQ, and Ram. Now, Ram, of course, not necessarily a facilitator of the quick plant, but definitely can be something that is a noise distraction, right? Those boogie drones are so loud that sometimes it can stop the sound of the plant going through. So not necessarily knowing that you're going to need a C4, which is one of the reasons that Pulse is such a good play here. Because if that starts to happen, he's going to be there able to stop that. There's some Yin Candelas as they already start pushing some in, getting very aggressive with it. And there's the Amaru in through the window, looking to get active towards the
Nobody
back end of
covering
it.
it.
Plant going down. Blitz on the 42 HP. Ram goes down, but just like that, it's the double, the triple now that rings out, or the double kill, causing a triple, and it just fell apart 100%. Completely ready for the quick push.
Boy, I was going to say, it looked like 7 Rex was in a position there, that maybe got a little bit caught off guard. They didn't have the floor prep. They didn't have the C4 in place. It didn't look like they had any of the area denial. Amaru just jumping right up in that window, but they were ready everywhere else, completely shutting down the rest of that push, leaving Amaru on an island and her having to fight a long-distance fight with a shotgun versus a defender who was across with the sight lines already set up. Look at this, another good ping coming out, playing down in the basement, 2 floors away. Alpha was just. They looked like they were ready, and it sort of fell apart, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Martin did find himself into that double digits. As he puts himself at 10-4, but it's going to be an Alpha team timeout. They're going to sit and talk about it, one away from that coveted match point scenario. And what do? Right? It's an even kills kind of across the board for 7-Rex. So when they're being successful, when they're finding that success, they're doing it together as a team. And that is definitely potentially going to make the difference here, especially for the defense, especially for it being a defensive, sided map.
And I know it is, and if you're just joining us, or if you've stayed with us this entire time, we're now almost 6 hours into a tremendous cast here supporting the LATAM Open qualifier for the Pro League here. It is the show match. It's the grand final between these two teams that have fought their way through the qualifiers, through the bracket to earn their spot to play. But nobody wants to go out on a smash hit, right? They don't want to give up any sort of that mental edge when these teams meet later on in the league. So, love to see T-Rex sort of step it up a notch, bring out something, even if it's maybe a little inventive, maybe try something out. That's what I want to see right now. I want to see them try something interesting to slow down and sort of decimate this Alpha team attack, keep them off match point, and keep this thing going just a little bit longer.
Like a calf, right? That's what you're saying. You want to see the calf. Me too, Whiskey. Me too. I agree.
Yeah, you nailed it, brother. Let's see the Cav come out.
10 seconds left before
Okay, Monty going to be on the board for Alpha Team, because they're going to use him to punch up a bunch of that real estate. And then outside of that, pretty standard as far as the attack goes, right? Somebody to open it up, somebody to help facilitate that, and then something for the hatches. So I like this attacking setup. I like even more this defensive setup, right? It screams early kill, right? The Vigil in the Boss G, the roaming Legion. I mean, this is just going to be a fun defensive setup, except for no cap.
Except for no Cav. I love this is a great combo here. Having the Monty holding the wall, allowing them to get the secret open, but he moves at the last second. No! Gaspro, what happened, my friend? He opened up and just great play, great awareness there from Boxera to be able to shoot the thermite off the wall. Boy, that thing completely fell apart for the attacking team. Good luck there, Boxera.
Yeah, absolutely huge. Okay, so that's going to cause this redirect. Now, that is something that Alpha Team has been good at, right? Redirecting when the thing falls apart. Almost catches. Oh, no. Bada booms. Oh, he doesn't.
He got it. He got it.
Jumped up to the side, and they're going to be
no,
able to
but
keep that breach closed.
Oh, holy cow. Thermite is just getting rolled right now from this 7-Rex defense. Boy, we asked for it before the round even started, and they are 100% delivering a little bit on the backside of some Alpha team mistakes, but just great plays by T-Rex.
Yeah, and look at this. Still holding the window. Gonna have to opt for the Habana this time instead. Oh no! Is gonna find the Thatcher off the board, but they're gonna be able to get secret open. Did it come at a cost? She did take a little bit of damage, but that's the body balance gonna shift in favor of the defense here. And time is starting to wind down, so they have incredibly stalled out that time. A missed C4 is gonna allow them to take that space back onto the hatch. A little bit of a splish push, but the Zofia charge is gonna force them out of there.
Oh, look at the fight here. Monty pushing in and trying to take some real estate, but I mean, the defense has got plenty of time to rotate back, right? It's the site on the other side of the map. Monty has got to cross a ton of real estate, a ton of crossfires set up by this defense before he can even really get himself in. Plus, tossing some Zotos at their feet, boy, that's going to slow it down even more.
That's right. Some frostbite on the toes will make it tough, but Martin able to find the kill as they're just starting to push up. Monty going to be using that intel. They call him the walking drone, pushing up with shield. He's going to get a bash, and that's going to find a kill. Now takes his 3-3. Something on the backside, but whoa, my lord, the crossfire just overwhelming the Monty. Now putting it all into the thermite, and he is going to get bailiffed in the bottom of yellow.
The bailiff.
The bailiff, bro. Oh, you love to see it. Unless it's happening to you, then you don't, obviously.
No, we do. We love to see it. 2 in a row there for T-Rex, and a great defense. Some great moments in that one. Couple of missteps maybe from Alpha, but that was a much better defense there from T-Rex, and that's what we love to see. Now, well, we talked about it all evening that so far the LATAM team seem to be favoring the striker rather than the sentry. Who are we going to see? Sentry is on the board, being brought out along with the Mozzie. Boy, they're changing it up for the final. It's exactly what we asked for. Love that we're getting a chance to bring something different into this consulate that we've seen quite a few times as a part of this tournament.
Yeah, super fun play. Super fun play. Now, the Sentry does opt for the barbed wire and the C4 instead of the proximity alarm, but obviously they know what they're doing. Those barbed wires, they can do damage now. Not only that, they give you that sound cue. So you hear it, you're ready, you're primed, you're prepped, you send it, you get yourself a C4 kill. There's a couple on the board to be able to do just that. 3 of them, actually, right? Cade, Mozzie, and Sentry all bringing some of that explosive damage to the start. And now it's recruit against recruit, Sentry against Striker in this what are they called in this recruit showdown? There we go. Jesus.
I mean, it is pretty late. We're going, like you said, just about 6 hours of casting here tonight between these 3 games, but this may be one of the first times I've seen the Striker and Sentry being played at the same time on the same map here in this round. So love to see it between these two. Who is going to be the recruit that wins? Let's see them take the fight together. But Spiral Stairs, East Front Yard, a little bit of distance separating these two right now. But look at that. Cade trick ready? Oh, he had it out there. He tosses it.
There we go. Now, they did bring the Twitch in here to also help facilitate that. IQ going to be the first to fall. Is Mozzie going to come up on the first kill? Oh, no. That was actually Striker. Striker
yeah,
coming
bazooka.
Up on the forget they're rocking the same, the same gun.
That's right. A couple of the commandos out there on the board. But Bazooka is going to be the one that takes the kill. Oh, man. 5v4. A minute 40 left. We're coming up on that halfway point. And you can hear clearing out that utility. The Hibana charge is going out. The Twitch drone's going out. So they're working on opening up and clearing the amount of utility they need to put some pressure here on T-Rex. But you can see T-Rex, they still have 2 upstairs on the 2nd floor and 2 in the basement. Boy, we thought Alpha had a heavy roam game. T-Rex is matching them.
Yep, and now it's a low health scenario for the Sentry as they are put onto that 12 HP, but still alive, right? Able to rotate back to the storage room, continue to be impactful for their team, and that's the flashes going out. As they're starting to put some pressure onto the site there, and that's going to be another kill. Oh my gosh, just a headshot right down, just like that. Trade City. They pushed in, weren't ready for it, and now Twitch, the last alive, and that DMR trying to get it done. No diffuser in hand, so it's going to have to be frags for this last one. Looking for one, finds it. Now the rotate is going to take the kill, and that is going to be a free one.
Bazooka taking down Ragnar there. Oh, didn't get to see the recruit showdown we were looking for, but we did get to see 7Rex take their 3rd in a row, on quite the roll here since the side swap, and bringing this one back into contention. Boy, when we were sitting 5-1 or 5-2 after that timeout, we said that we need to see T-Rex turn this thing up, and they absolutely have. They are delivering on what we asked for, what the viewers wanted to see. I love it, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. And imagine a recruit showdown 1v1. That would have been so sweet.
I love the siege poetry and the storylines that we get a chance to tell here And I very much appreciate everybody that is that's here with us and is stuck with us to see and support these teams in the Latin American region.
That's right. A special thank you, guys, for the follows, for the subs, and for the views, right? Just hanging out, getting to do exactly what we love, which is talk about Siege. Thank you so much for participating in it and making this a fun dream for the Whiskey Boys here. Okay, 5-4. Whiskey, 1 away from tying this puppy back up. And gonna go with similar line, right? We've seen this come out from them before. It's really just to slow them down and stop the potential for any quick action, right? That's the big stopper here with the Goyo and the smoke specifically. Also bringing the mute for that denial. Gonna have a couple of shotties in hand to really wreak some havoc. C4 is primed, prepped in that admin area to be able to stop anybody pushing in. They do have some room to repel here as they take a couple of shots. Going to get a drone in to really figure out where the heck this warden is sitting at. Although this is where we saw them killed the last time, right? Tucked up in that corner. And here it is, Gaspar with the drone coming around, but they're looking for it. They've got it, so they're going to be able to solidify warden in there and stop it just a little bit longer.
Yeah, he's got that C4 in hand ready. I love to see that. He's not looking. I don't know whether or not they were able to drone him. Django may have distracted the drone enough that they're going to be able to walk into admin here, and he is set up to ready to toss over the door. There it goes. He's going to get, yes, got him.
Wow. What a C4. He wasn't able to figure him out on the drone, tries to take the fight onto the window, and he will be rewarded for it. Not only that, that's the Roteros gone off the board. So those bulletproofs, that barbed wire, stuff's going to stay unless you get up close and personal with it. That's going to be another kill onto Martin as the Sophia goes down, and as the headshot rings out, now puts us into a 5v3. A couple of low healths on the board, but if you're T-Rex, you're feeling pretty good about this last minute and 21 left on the board.
That's right. This round almost over, and yeah, T-Rex looking very good right now. Not quite desperate situation yet for Alpha, but Buck trying to open up some of these holes in the floors. You're still working on clearing admin, making the push over. Boy, they should have been working through that all the way through the midpoint in the map on that right here on the vending room hallway, but they're still working and can't get past that. So with 49 seconds left, this is a dire situation for them. I'm going to say it now.
Yep, and then the next to fall, the IQ gone, takes a couple of shots, but they're stacked up. It could be a collateral if they take the swing at the wrong time. Still, smoke canisters going out, stopping it, but that's going to pause that now as Buck is able to find that kill, taking the smoke off the board. Grim is 3 HP. If he takes one breath of that smoke, he's going to be absolutely devastated.
What a shot!
Takes him right off the board, bringing it back into contention, but not to be outdone. The double coming on the backside of it is going to clean it up. And did we just tie this up?
Did we just tie this up, my friend? Indeed, we did. That is 4 in a row for T-Rex. After winning that first round, losing 5 in a row to Alphas, they absolutely dominated their defense. And we're seeing T-Rex do the same. Boy, the storylines are just changing up every single round at this point as we continue to see it get changed. I'm not going to say we predicted the future correctly here. We were saying that this was coming into it an attacker-sided map that Alpha seemed to be dominating this after that first round, and 7Rex was making a mistake coming to Consulate, and boy, both of those things have absolutely been turned around in the last 4 rounds as T-Rex has come alive, put the work in, and come up with wins to tie this thing up on round 11. We are in the grand final show match between these two. Somebody's got to win for seeding. But the real winners tonight so far are the viewers and the players in this region who have got a chance to fight for this.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're going to watch the reason that the Bravo was right now. We're going to see those Maestro camps potentially coming into play. And they were impactful, right? And you had to take care of them before you can make that push in, or it's just going to be the Maestro cam kill to stop you from the plant, smoke, yings, or not. So I like it. We're going to see how it's going to be utilized, and it's going to be Clash on the other side as well. So both of them bringing out some shield play.
the shield v shield potential here as we wind our way down. Question in this basement site. Both teams have been very successful. Both times it's been played on defense. Defense have won it so far at this point. So if we had to bet, T-Rex looking good, but boy, nobody told Bastion about that. And he's going to take one early upstairs, taking down that roamer in Legion.
Yeah, and that leaves one left, right? Warden on that spiral stair, kind of the lone man. Now, he'll be able to rotate back down, not if he pushes too far up. There's the swing as it starts to come around. A couple of pop shots are going to do some damage.
He got it!
Find the headshot. 1v1 up top, and now, look at that. They just start going for the plant. And Maestro going to be able to stop this. C4 rings out. Did they get it? Yeah.
Yes.
Get it. Yeah. Yep, unfortunate. That's the Maestro can see through the smoke. So they were able to find that kill, distract him, put him down C4. Now going for the plant. Oh, man, the Thatcher could have had that, of course. Tough one. Now they got rid of that intel, which means it's going to have to do it the traditional way. Break out the gun in this 3v2. Really just a ton of time left here for Alpha Team to be able to get in, find out where the heck these guys are, and put some pressure back on them yet again. A couple of free fires on the swing. Maestro going to fall now as Slater gets that triple kill, is going to put us into a 2v1 all onto the shoulders of the Cade. Takes a shot, but not going to do it. Martin going to clean that one up.
Wow, Alpha Team coming back strong in this one. I thought it looked like they had given up the element of surprise, right? Found a weak spot in the T-Rex defense, able to push right in and get the plant down. They had been playing a little bit too spread off. There was engagements happening upstairs, distracted by the Legion Dokkaebi fight upstairs, and Alpha Team jumped in and took advantage of it. I thought initially as that execute was developing that they had lost the element of surprise. The C4 plus the Maestro comes out, clears out the planter, and T-Rex should have been able to come down, rotate, protect that, and just hold on a little bit longer. But Alpha was hitting all of their shots. They were connecting when they needed to. They made it work, and they go on match point for the first time tonight between these two teams. Alpha looking for the rematch, and they want to take down 7-Rex after losing to them in the upper bracket final. This is their opportunity in the show match.
Let's go. Okay, defense. We see her banned out all the time. It's the Architect. She's going to be on board to make her presence known, right? Real static warfare to be able to dig in up top and stop any sort of vertical action that could be coming out. Also bringing along the mirror and the cap can. I like it. Put the pressure on outside of sight, right? And some C4s to boot. So plenty of C4s actually. 4 of them on the board, Whiskey.
I love it. Bring out the C4s. I want to see more of that play. To me, there's definite skill-based component to C4s. I think that that sort of replaced that nade meta, and we get to see players that are very good at it, getting to utilize that skill. I love seeing the C4 play.
He says that because sometimes he'll accidentally throw a C4 and then blow himself up trying to pick it back up.
100%, 100%. It is a skill-based game, and I just talk about it.
Maverick's starting to open up the breach up top, put some pressure on. Oh, get that opened up. We did bring along the Nomad for the flank, so start to pay attention to that flank potential that comes around. And really, everybody upstairs, the only person sitting downstairs is going to be the Capcan with his C4 in hand. There's one. Doesn't quite connect. No damage done, so they're going to be able to keep claiming most of this back admin area. Now at the top of yellow, looking to take the swing, making sure that he isn't, of course, droned out.
Oh, no, that wasn't a C4. That was a breach charge. You still got all C4s left on the board, so still plenty of explosives left for this defense. The attacking team working on opening up some of these sight lines down, but they got to work on clearing out. Look out, you got 4 of the 5 of the defenders up on the 2F site, holding that down. They're going for more direct engagement with those C4s rather than trying to find the shots from below, but boy, look at this. Azami is in a dangerous spot with all of these bees completely around her, trying to seal herself off with those. But I'm surprised the attackers didn't just start shooting those Kibas to open up the angles.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're starting to put the pressure on, but Ash would lose her life trying to get the pincher move in, and then Nomad goes down as well. But there's going to be a double that rings out, so the body bounce is going to get equalized. But Nomad goes down as the headshot rings out, or not the headshot, I guess, as she gets taken down. She can be recovered, but in a tough spot in that manager office, and Grim and Maverick all the way on the other sides of the map. So Maverick is going to be able to get
Wow, Azami
Nomad
letting
back
her
up and
make the run
equalize.
up. I thought potentially they were going to hide it, but no, she goes for the swing and gets taken down. 30 seconds left, my friend. We're on match point.
That's right. And it's looking like it's starting to put into Alpha's favor. Now, it is double low health, so Warden and Grim being those two that are going to be one of those main components, but it's a one-shot headshot game. So if you've got 9 HP or 20 HP or 100 HP, if you hit them in the dome, you're alive and they're dead. So 7 seconds left. Got to get themselves going for the plant. Starting to push in. Maverick gets around to the backside. That's going to be a shotgun that goes off. 1 second left. He's got to get it down, and he's going to start going for the plant. But Attacker's going to win it on the kills instead.
What?
Wow.
What? I thought he didn't get the... We were focused.
They shot him.
Oh my word. Alpha team. The 7-5 victory coming up huge. I can't even believe that happened, my friend.
I know. Looking like defense was going to catch one even on with the time starting to count down and catch a time win, get them that much closer, take us into overtime. But no, not the case. Vertical, it works both ways, baby. And he fought that one bottoms up.
I can't believe that. Unbelievable play there at the end to see it. 7-5 victory. Redemption for the Alpha team to take down T-Rex in the show match for seeding. So that'll mean Alpha gets the seed just above T-Rex as we get ready for those LATAM Pro League, which I believe is starting next week. So finishing up just in time, getting ready. 7-5.
Man, we did it. Huge games of Siege today, and yet again we just want to say thank you so much to everybody. Thank you to Rainbow Six LATAM for having us for these open qualifiers. Thank you to all the viewers who made this possible for us, and of course the Siege Double Shot community. Big GGs as they're going to take the higher seed there. Moving on, absolutely huge. Hey, if you like us, if you love us, why don't you add us? You can find us on Twitter. I'm at glitter_whiskey. He's at racing ENGR, and we just want to talk about it. Send us your hot takes, your cold takes, anything really. Picks, clips. We'll guess your rank. Just come hit us up on Twitter. If you want more Siege, right? We do both North America. We have now transitioned into the LATAM South, and we also do European leagues. You can find more here at the Siege Double Shot. We're bringing you as many games as we can get to you, just to really get that Siege out there. Thank you so much to the Unnamed Gamer for our observation today, being a goat at and catching all of those dynamic and dramatic kills that led to such a great show today.
Yeah, and just want to say thanks everyone for supporting us. The Siege Double Shot. Double Shot now is a code at just about everywhere you can think of. Gamer Sleeve, Skytech PCs, and just recently as an Ubisoft content creator code. So if you're looking at purchasing another copy of Siege because you want to reset the rank a little, you want to play some of the new games like Star Wars Outlaws, Motorfest, all the new games that they've got coming, Double Shot is a code you can use in the Ubisoft store. Thank you very much for Ubisoft for trusting in us to support and just bring the brand out there to everybody. We very much appreciate it. We love this game. Glad to be a part of it for sure.
Absolutely. But alas, my friends, we have come to the dreaded part of the evening where we must bid you adieu. So as the lights start to dim and the jukebox starts to sing closing time, as always, my friends, you don't have to go home.
But you can't stay here.
Ayo.
Let's go.